Ladies and gentlemen, could you please be upstanding for the national anthem? Thank you. Mr. and Mrs. Shahaibi, Your Excellency, honoured guests, students, welcome to the inaugural ESF Journalism Conference. We won't waste any time. I'd like to call Tanya to the stage, please.
Ambassador Lewis, Mr. and Mrs. Shahaibi, Mr. Warner, and other distinguished guests, pleasant morning to you all. It is quite an honor for me to be able to introduce you today our keynote speaker, Ambassador Belinda Lewis, who is the British Ambassador to Kuwait. Ambassador Lewis represents His Majesty the King and the UK government in the country to which they are appointed to. They are responsible for the directions and work of the embassy and its consulates, including defense engagement, political work, trade and investment, press and cultural relations, and visa and consular services. Ambassador Lewis has started her career in banking before joining the civil service in 2003. And she gained a wealth of experience where she worked in various sectors throughout her career. She worked in the Department of Culture, Media and Arts, Department of Constitutional Affairs, DCA, the UK Border Agency, and the Ministry of Justice before transferring to the diplomatic service. Ambassador's career has covered a variety of policy areas, from public service broadcasting to border security and stabilization to improving trade. She assumed her current role of His Majesty's Ambassador to Kuwait in April of 2021. Ambassador Lewis grew up in Newcastle upon Tyne, where she read history at Girton College, Cambridge. And she recently just earned a master's degree in global diplomacy at the School of Oriental African Studies, London. She enjoys cooking, keeping fit, and collecting taxidermy. And she is also married to Tony, and they have 2 children. Ladies and gentlemen, please be upstanding and help me welcome Ambassador Lewis to the stage.
Thank you very much, Tanya. That makes me feel really, really old. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to be here this morning. I'm so glad I've been able to keep this commitment, which I made a couple of weeks ago. I'm afraid I can't stay with you for very long. I've got a delegation who flew in from Jerusalem just last night, and we've got a really busy 4 days ahead of us, trying to get more contracts to bring more Palestinian goods to market in Kuwait. So it's a really important trade delegation. So I hope you'll forgive me if I slip away pretty much as soon as I've finished speaking. I'm really glad to be here because this is such an important topic that you're going to be working through during the course of the workshop today around freedom of expression and journalism. And of course, it's perfect timing because on the 3rd of May, we'll be looking forward to celebrating World Press Freedom Day, which means something different, I think, in lots of different countries to different communities. When I think about freedom of expression and about the value that journalism plays in our different societies and communities, it's a very precious thing, but it's also quite subtle. It's not full of absolutes. Although we have legal frameworks, the law keeps changing and keeps developing. And when I think, for example, back to my days working for the Ministry of Justice, I worked a lot on what we call our Freedom of Information Act. So a lot of people in the journalistic community in the UK see it as concealment of information. They see it as suppressing information and stopping things from getting into the public domain. as a civil servant working on that, I felt that I was constantly trying to strike the right balance around the public interest of, yes, there were lots of things that the public might want to know, but is it right and proper for the public to know that? So we would weigh up in the way that journalists do all the time. When they do their research, they prepare their stories, they discuss them with their editors, and then there's always that discussion about, should we publish? Should we put this out into the public domain? Because once it's out there, you can never get it back. And there's this point about fairness. So the public might think, we have a right to know everything, we pay our taxes, or we vote, or we're citizens, so why don't you tell us? But equally, if, for example, it undermines somebody's reputation in an unfair way, or it creates a disadvantage for a certain number of companies, or if it affects your international diplomatic relations, there are lots of different things. National security is often raised as well, but there are other considerations to balance when you're thinking about, I know something, is it right that I let everybody else know it as well through the medium of journalism? So lots and lots of different nuanced considerations, which I'm sure you'll hear about during the course of the workshop from people who are grappling with this every single day. There's also the point about rights. So freedom of expression, certainly in the UK, is not an absolute right. It's a qualified right. So one person can't have their right to go around in the UK, for example, saying whatever they think about anything and everyone. Your rights to express what you think are qualified in terms of other people's rights to maintain their reputation, to make sure that people don't say things that are untrue about them, to make sure that people are not, for example, creating incitement to violence or to racial hatred. So again, there's this sense of balance and striking the line in the right place about what you can and can't say. There's also the point about integrity. And this brings me to a really important point, which again is something that I feel I'm grappling with every day, which is around what to believe. So social media in particular, but not exclusively, has created different challenges for us. It has huge, huge benefits. Now almost everyone can be their own journalist. You have this sense of really interconnected communities, about a global society. It's very, very fast as well. But sometimes people doing their own thing and working very quickly can also create problems for other people and for other societies. You don't have the same series of checks and balances. Things aren't necessarily triangulated or validated in the same way. You don't have those same discussions with your editor. You don't have that same sense of challenge before something is put out there. There are also more and more fake accounts. There's more of a blend between what is opinion, what is a blog, as opposed to what is investigative journalism. Sometimes there's deliberate misinformation campaigns, which is also something that my embassy has to deal with, my government has to deal with on a regular basis, as do others. There's what we often refer to in the UK as the editorial slant, which is I guess a known bias, maybe I can put it like that. For example, the Guardian newspaper, who some of you might have heard of, some of you might read, is known to be left of centre, it's more left-leaning, it's more socialist. The Telegraph paper is much more right of centre. We all know about the difference between CNN and Fox News. So sometimes you have this sort of publicly disclosed editorial or bias. But sometimes you don't always see that. It's not always stated. And those biases run quite deep, and sometimes it's not that they're concealed, but opinion is again presented as fact. Some of the other difficulties that we've had quite recently are absolute untruths, which have gone viral very, very quickly. So there was a fake memorandum which looked very, very similar to the memorandum, the notice, that Buckingham Palace posted at the death of Queen Elizabeth II. Only this one was posted announcing the death of King Charles III. This went viral in Russia, which is where we think it originally came from. And I was inundated with all these requests saying, oh my goodness, why haven't you announced anything, Ambassador? We're so sorry, how do we pay our condolences? The king is dead. And of course he wasn't dead at all. He's suffering from cancer and he's receiving treatment for it. But I think finishing him off like this on social media, it came as quite a shock and it was very disruptive. It it wasted a lot of people's time and it caused confusion. So again, knowing your sources, knowing what's reliable, and understanding how to aim off a certain editorial is really important. I think my final point is about our own biases. So we all know that we have certain views on lots of different issues today. Sometimes they don't help us when we're consuming or when we're looking for journalistic content. And I think it's all too easy to scroll past things that maybe we don't like or we don't agree with, or to swipe things away that don't fit with our own worldview. And if we're consuming information on phones or on any sort of technology now, the technology is of course so clever that it will continue to feed us what it thinks that we're looking for. So we find that we're constantly reinforcing our own perspective, our own biases, by the way that we scroll or swipe. And then we end up disappearing in a tunnel made from our own algorithms. We end up constructing an echo chamber around ourselves. And what I remember when I was a kid at home was reading paper newspapers. Obviously we didn't have mobile phones then. And often in the broadsheets, you would have the issue of the day or some sort of hot topic. It might have been, you know, is it ethically all right for parents to choose the gender of their future children? And on one side of the page, you would have the argument for, and on the other side, you would have the argument against. And when we're scrolling and swiping and looking at what comes into our Instagram feeds or what's fed through to us, what we're seeing is what our technology thinks we want to hear. We're not seeing the counter argument. And I think that this becomes lazy, it becomes dangerous. It's difficult because we stop trying to understand the opposite perspective. And if we don't understand the opposite perspective, we don't have to agree with it, but if we don't understand it, it makes negotiations much harder, it makes resolution and rehabilitation, reconciliation so much harder if you don't at least understand where the other side is coming from. So if there's one thing that I could encourage you to do during the course of this workshop and over the next few weeks or months, is challenge yourselves, maybe to play devil's advocate, deliberately engage with the counter argument to the view that you already hold. You don't have to agree, but just put yourself in someone else's shoes, or just take seriously the arguments that maybe you would have thought, that's a load of rubbish, it's lies, it's bias, of course they would say that. Just slow yourself down and think, well, okay, if I took this on board, where are they coming from? Why would they say this? Why do they believe that when I believe the absolute opposite? And play devil's advocate. Push yourself into the position where you try and argue for something that you fundamentally disbelieve in. Because intellectually it's challenging, but it's also a good discipline just to stop. And instead of scrolling and swiping so quickly, maybe just think, perhaps I'll try a different news outlet. Maybe I'll read something that I know is going to really annoy me and make me think this is all lies, I don't like this, I don't want to hear it. It's good to challenge yourselves like that and to try and maintain an open mind. And it is hard on emotional issues, and we all know what I'm talking about. We're talking about Gaza and Israel. And this is also why it's important to me that I've got this trade delegation in from Jerusalem today. So I hope you enjoy the rest of the workshop. Again, I'm sorry I can't stay longer. I'd love to drift around the different tables and hear the discussions throughout the day. But I'm glad I've been here at least for the start. Enjoy it. I hope you learn a great deal from it. I'm sure you will. Thank you very much.
I've just been told to wait 1 minute. There's no need to time me. Can I just say, while we're waiting, to all the students, today during your workshops, anything like that, please ask questions. All right? You may not get a chance before university or anything like that to have the experience and expertise in a room with you. All right, so if there's anything, ask questions. Sorry about that. This is called a pregnant pause. There'll be other people to take pictures of, sir. Right, while we're waiting, I'm not going to give a song, don't worry. Could I just ask everyone to give a round of applause for all our honoured guests, please? Thank you so much for giving up your time. Okay, let's get going. So next, I'd like to introduce to the stage our head girl and a member of the ESF Oracle team, Nafissa.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, and fellow budding journalists, welcome. And thank you for joining us today in the very first journalism conference organized by high school students in the Middle East. It is an honor to stand before you all today as we embark on this incredible journey together. In a world where information is power, journalism stands as the guardian of truth, the voice for the voiceless, and a beacon of democracy. Today, as we stand here, we celebrate the essence of journalism and the pivotal role that it plays in shaping our society. Our journey to this moment has been nothing short of extraordinary. From the inception of the conference idea to its realization, it has been a testament to the dedication, the passion, and the belief that young people can drive change. We stand here today not only as participants, but also pioneers, breaking new ground and setting the stage for the next generation of journalists. Thank you to all the members of the ESF Oracles that has made this conference a reality. Please join me in a round of applause to commend their efforts. Throughout this conference, we will engage in meaningful discussions, share valuable insights, and learn from distinguished professionals in their field. Whether you're an inspiring journalist, a seasoned editor, or simply someone who just believes in the power of the written word, this conference offers a platform for growth, collaboration, and empowerment. In closing, I want to express my deepest gratitude to all those who have made this conference possible. From our sponsors, our organizers, and speakers, but most importantly, each and every one of you are esteemed participants. As we embark on this journey together, may we be guided by the spirit of curiosity, courage, and compassion. Thank you, and let the conference begin. Could I now ask Mr. Warner to come on stage, please?
Esteemed guests, school owners, student delegates, fellow teachers from across Kuwait and colleagues, it gives me great pleasure in welcoming you all to ESF for the inaugural Student Journalism and Writing Conference in the Middle East. Looking around, it is tremendous to see so many like-minded individuals from the BSME network and beyond coming together today to raise the profile of journalism, writing, and its central theme of literacy. This is the time I know that schools have many competing demands on them for their time. and I'm extremely grateful for the support of all the schools in participating and recognising the benefits of this event for all of our students. Over the course of the day, you're going to be treated to a variety of different workshops and panel discussions. You'll be looking at different facets of journalism. You'll be looking at writing and the reporting of news, the role of social media and digital journalism. There'll be a panel discussion on the narratives of overcoming obstacles to harness your talent, whatever your background may be. And also we'll be looking at the ethical considerations of investigative journalism. We are truly grateful for all our expert speakers from GUST today and our panel members from across Kuwaiti society who have been so generous in giving your time today to help share your experience and expertise with the next generation. Thank you. As we hinted at before, the journey of this conference's creation has been well over a year in the making. It's an excellent example of students being guided so they can successfully realise their potential. The end product is the genesis of a forum to aid inter-school journalistic collaboration by the students for the students of Kuwait. That being said, the role of our headline sponsor, 5M, along with all of our sponsors, Hilton Kuwait Resorts, Petra and Gesco, is highly appreciated in helping to turn this planned event into the reality that we can all enjoy today. Thank you very much. Okay, so why are we here today? There are many reasons. One of those why I'm so delighted that we had this opportunity to come together is to increase the awareness of the importance of literacy. As the ambassador said before me, effective communication and the distribution and receiving of clear and accurate information is of the utmost importance in the modern world in which we live. The landscape of journalism has changed drastically. There's an increasing focus on digital media, which brings its own benefits and drawbacks. Yes, it is now easier to disseminate information to a wide audience much more easily. But, unfortunately, that does mean that there's a lack of veracity from some unscrupulous sources. Now, this can lead to an increase in misleading information. Freedom of speech, by definition, means that individuals also have the right to receive accurate information, a point that is often missed by those who look to spread fake news. This is one of the reasons why I'm so delighted to have this conference today and be part of it with you. The other huge benefit of this event is the team building opportunity that it provides for all of the participants. In terms of the academic skills that we as teachers all strive to nurture for our students, comprehension and the ability to communicate effectively is, in my opinion, the most important cognitive skill that any individual can have. If you can comprehend and communicate effectively, then in theory, you can learn and explain to do just about anything. All you would need to do is research the topic, discuss it with others, and practice it. Comprehension and effective communication, alongside other key applied skills such as critical thinking, creativity, and problem solving, are highly prized in the job market. When employers are asked what skills they're looking for in potential applicants, these are the skills which they're always wanting to see. To quote Dylan William, the purpose of school is to prepare our pupils for a world which we cannot fully envisage, so that when they are stuck with a problem that they have not seen before, they will choose to think instead of remember. This is another reason why this conference is so important, as it gives students a platform to develop these key skills. Through thought-provoking, honest conversations, the potential benefits are endless. This is why I'm so grateful for the support of the school owners, Mr. and Mrs. Shuhaiba. I am incredibly proud of the student team behind this event. Seeing the confidence of the students grow over the last 18 months as they have become more and more involved in the ESF paper, the Oracle, has been incredible. I won't embarrass them by saying their names, but the transformation for some of these students has been miraculous. From quiet, reserved students to students now who use their initiative and they'll lead others when things get challenging. So impressive to see. Even the best students get more from the experience when they are guided. Therefore, I would also like to thank all the members of the Journalism Committee that have guided these students, who have been so well led by the coordinator, Ms. Saffron Jackson. It is no exaggeration to say that without her tireless dedication to this project, we would not be here today. Can I have a round of applause, please? I would like to conclude by giving our heartfelt gratitude of ESF to Her Excellency Mrs. Belinda Lewis, the British Ambassador, for gracing us with her presence today. The fact that she took time out of her incredibly busy schedule, as you can see, speaks volumes for her desire to inspire students within Kuwait to fulfil their potential. This is particularly poignant as this year represents 125 years of Kuwaiti and British partnerships. So, Your Excellency, although you're not here anymore, thank you so much. Finally, I would like to say I hope that you all enjoy the fruits of everyone's endeavours in the organisation and collaboration that has taken place in this Student Journalism Conference for this year and many more years to come. Have a great day. Thank you.
Okay, let's get started. Right, so we're now going to have the first workshop on news reporting and writing, led by Dr. Shalal, and the convener is Claire. So can we have those to organise it, please? Enjoy the day.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us today in the first journalism conference in the region. Today I present to you our very first workshop. This workshop talks about news reporting and writing. During this workshop, we will learn the basics, including inverted pyramid style, headline writing, and ethical considerations in journalism. Our facilitator for this workshop is Dr. Ahmed K. Al-Shalal. Dr. Ahmed is an experienced journalist who joined the Department of Mass Communication and Media at Gulf University for Science and Technology in 2020. His research is broadly focused on understanding the uses of social media and mobile contents. Dr. Ahmed has been interviewed by many news outlets, including Kuwait TV, Al-Kabas, and Murray Life magazine. He earned his bachelor's and master's degree in mass communication studies from Murray State University, USA, and even a PhD in news media from the University of Southern Mississippi, USA. Please help me give a big round of applause to Dr. Ahmed K. Al-Shalal.
Good morning. At the beginning, I would like to thank ESF for having us today. It's an honor and a pleasure to be part of this conference. Today, we're going to talk about news reporting and writing. My name is Ahmed Al-Shalal. I'm a faculty member in the Mass Communication and Media Department at GUST. Today we're going to cover 3 topics: reporting with text, writing for the web, and photojournalism. All right. Okay. So basically, reporting with text, we're going to talk about the basics of news writing. All right. Then we're going to move on, since most of us were receiving our news from the internet. We're going to talk about writing for the web and what's the advantages using the web. Right. Then we're going to move on to photojournalism. So, reporting with text. When you're going to talk about writing for news, we want to know what's news, all right? Because as information, we've got 2 types of information, all right? Surveillance, okay, beware surveillance, and we have the instrumental surveillance. Basically, we're talking about hard news and soft news. And we're going to talk about them. We're going to have an activity later on. So, what's news? As a journalists, we judge news according to consequence and importance, interests, timeliness, proximity, and prominence. What do I mean by consequence? Does the information have any importance to the prospective reading? And remember, most of the news, okay, we're reading, let's say, newspapers, they talk about local news, okay? But that doesn't mean doesn't contain any international news. So moving from consequence, we're going to talk about the interest. Is the information unusual or entertaining? Does it have any human interests? Timeliness, it's news, all right? Is the material current? If it's not, is it like an updated, an angle? Proximity, if it's close to home, it stands a better chance of being reported. Prominence, usually events and people of prominence frequently make the news. Like we mentioned, if your story contains at least some of those elements, it stands a chance of being viewed as news. Talking about hard news and soft news, what's the difference between hard news and soft news? Both of them, they are important. Both of them, you can find them in your local newspapers. But the difference between them, hard news is information that has an immediate impact on the people receiving it. Okay? Laws, policies, the weather, even the weather has a direct impact on us. So it can be considered as hard news. So basically, hard news is news that people need rather than want. The difference between need and want, for example, someone is thirsty, he needs water. What kind of water, what brand is want, all right? So basically, soft news is news that people want. Okay, you're planning to cook lunch today, you need to find some ingredients, recipes, whatever, that considered as soft news. Okay, so every daily newspaper, we're gonna find hard news and soft news. Usually the hard news makes it in the front page. So we're gonna talk about the web, you're gonna find in the home page. Those are hard news. Soft news, you're talking about whatever, sports, arts, etc. All right? So, before we're gonna talk about how to write an articles and news stories, we wanna know what makes a good news story. Everyone can write a news story, but what's the elements that might support your news story? Number one, a good news story has a named sources. I'm sure you read a lot of news that doesn't have any sources. And if it doesn't have named sources. So named sources will help your news story to stand out, all right? Then we're gonna talk about the quotations. Also, quotations, we have two types of quotations, direct quotations and indirect quotations. Basically, direct quotations has the exact words you received from the source. All right, and we're going to talk about it whenever we reach the inverted pyramid. Then, a good news story is well researched. It's well written. You don't want to have any grammar issues. All right, because believe me, as a journalist, you're going to lose the credibility. If you have like even a tiny mistake, you're going to lose the credibility. What makes bad news story? Basically, it's the opposite. Bad news stories usually have bad sources, no sources. And that's what we're receiving every day through the social media and the internet. But since we are a journalist, we're going to talk about journalists. We are different than those, accounts and fake accounts and stuff. They are poorly researched. They have no good hook, leaving the reader asking what I just read. We're going to move to the inverted pyramid, all right? The most common structure for writing news stories is called the inverted pyramid. What is the inverted pyramid? Basically, this is the inverted pyramid. We're going to have the headline, then we're going to move to the lead, then the body, then we're going to the summary, all right? So the inverted pyramid structure for news stories allows the reader to get as much of the most important information to the least. So basically, many readers, they're just gonna read the lead paragraph. They're gonna find it, oh, okay, it's inviting. I'm gonna go ahead and continue reading. If it's not, they're gonna skip it, all right? So let's start with the headline. The most important words a journalist writes are headlines. Good headlines are not easy to write. Why they're not? Because we need to stick with 5 to 10 words maximum. You can't exceed the 10 words. So sometimes you've got a good story, all right, and you want to write more about it when it comes to the headline, but you got to stick with 5 to 10 words only. So it's gonna kind of difficult, all right? Must contain a subject, a verb, and an object. Moving on from the headline, we're gonna go to the lead paragraph. This is the second most important. The lead gives the most important information in the story. And that's what we most read in the, let's say, Twitter and Instagram. Mostly they're writing the lead, because since they only gonna stick with 280 characters, so they gotta tell us more information about it. The lead should also invite the readers to continue reading. The lead should not be crowded with information, since we gotta stick with only one sentence, 30 to 33 words only. All right, so basically in your lead paragraph, you're answering the 5 W's and H: who, when, why, what, where, and how. All right. Different types of leads. We've got a straight news lead, the summary lead, direct address lead, question lead. Basically, the straight news lead is just the facts. We're gonna answer the 5 W's and H with only facts: location, time, who. Then we're gonna go. There is other type of lead, is the summary lead, in which there may be more than one major fact covered. All right, so we're gonna mention those. But again, we're gonna stick with one sentence only, okay? Then we got the direct address lead. The writer speaks directly to the reader. Then the question lead attempts to draw the reader into the story by asking a question. You gotta ask a question. If you wanna know the answer, you gotta go further, continue the news story to find the answer. Then we're gonna move to the body. Basically, you're gonna expand whatever you wrote in the lead paragraph in the body, okay? If the lead paragraph is the most important part of the news story, the second paragraph is the second most important part of the story. Contains more information and details. So basically, whatever you wrote in the lead, you gotta expand and write more in the body, all right? Using quotations, like we mentioned earlier, it's very important to support your news story to have sources, all right? If we have sources, we need some quotations. We have 2 types of quotations. Direct quotation is one that uses the speaker's exact words, okay? Or indirect quotation may contain one or a few of the words that speaker has used, but will also have words that the speaker did not use, all right? So basically, from where we're gonna get the quotations, either we received let's say a speech, and we're gonna write down and take quotations, or we might have an interview with the source. That will help us have quotations. Then we're gonna move to the summary. Summary is a short version of the entire story that gives the reader a broad view of the story. Summary can be as long as 2 or 3 sentences only, all right? So as a journalist, whenever you feel like you're done, please do not write extra stuff, more stuff you don't need, all right? So you gotta wrap it up. So we're gonna talk about beyond basic reporting, because when you talk about news reporting, there is news that gonna find you, which is the basic news that everyone writes about, and there is news that you need to find, okay, what we call a watchdog, all right? So you need to focus on areas. Right? That, what we call it, is a beat reporting. This approach in news coverage is called beat reporting. We've got types of beats. We've got thematic beats. That means you're gonna focus on areas, okay? For example, politics, sport news. You're going to be expert with that, all right? Or we've got geographic beats. That means you're going to focus on a city or a country, and you're going to take care of with different topics, okay? So now we know the difference between thematic and geographic. Then we have conceptual beats, okay? Which is, there is some stories that you need to cover are not routine. You don't cover it every day. Like obituaries, we're talking about crime reporting, yeah. Since everyone is using the internet nowadays, and we talked about the basics of news writing, we want to know what is the advantages of online newspapers. Okay, we're going to compare the traditional newspapers and the online newspapers. Since the World Wide Web were introduced in the 90s, in the early 2000s, newspapers, they welcomed the idea. They were like, it's a good idea, we'll go ahead and join the web. They have websites. What's the advantages of this? Although the web shares many of the characteristics of other media, it has qualities that makes it unique. The immediacy, all right? As a reporter or a journalist, you can post your article, news, anytime, all right? It is much easier and less time consuming to broadcast or publish on the web than the traditional broadcasting or print media. Because in the traditional media, it will take you a day or two, all right? But now, since the internet, very fast, you can have your username and password, you can publish your news article from home. And that's why we notice nowadays, most of the journalists and reporters, they are part-timers sometimes. They have a username and password of the website, the news organization. They can log in anytime, publish their news story, all right? Other than immediacy, flexibility. The web can handle a wide variety of formats, videos, PDFs, whatever, all right? Permanence. Content is stored automatically and permanently. Okay, it's always there. Okay, you can visit any newspaper, okay? You can find the archives. If you want to have last year's, 5 years ago, you can find it on the websites, all right? Capacity, the ability to keep and show huge amounts, because in the traditional newspaper, you gotta stick with one image, for example, all right? But in the internet, you can have 10 to 20, you can have videos, especially the user-generated content. What do I mean by user-generated content? That means content by the audience, all right? As a journalist, we might use those stuff, and it helps us a lot. If I saw the audience posting a photo, I can share it, and I give credit to the author. Interactivity, it's a huge thing. Linking to material in other sites, in other way, in which can interact with what they are seeing. So you can share, okay, retweet, so that is considered as linkage. That doesn't mean that back in days, let's say the 90s, 80s, there were no interactivity. There was some interactivity. For example, the traditional newspaper, there were a phone number, okay? So that was can be considered as interactivity. But nowadays, it's better and easier, okay? Plus, everybody uses their mobile phones, iPads, tablets, okay? You can find news organizations, they're available on apps, on websites, social media accounts, all right? So since we're talking about social media, and most of us, we're receiving our news nowadays from social media, okay? And we're talking about as a journalist. Social media allows us to participate, converse, share, collaborate, and link up. So many get confused from the regular websites and applications. So the apps on your phone, not all of them, they are considered as social media, all right? For example, Talabat, MBK, Gulf Bank, they're apps and they're on their phone, but they don't consider as social media. For a website to be considered as a social media, they need to have those features, all right? And you're gonna notice many applications, many websites, because when I talk about application, I'm talking about website. Many websites, they started as, let's say, they have different purpose. By the time they added features, they become as a social media. For example, Instagram, when they first started, the idea was it's visual, just take for those people who like to take photos. Then they added the direct message. Then they added the call option. So it's considered as social media. The same with the Snapchat. Snapchat, when they started, the idea was to snap, take a photo, that's it. The idea was you can't screenshot it. Then they added the direct message. They added video calls. So now they're considered as social media. All right? But since we're talking about social media, we're not going to talk about it as using it for linkage only. We're going to talk about it as professionals, as a journalists. How can we use social media? As a professional, you see social networking not as means of staying in touch with the friends. No. Because you're a reporter, you are a journalist, you have your readers, okay? They're gonna follow you on your accounts, okay? You can have your personal account, but if you're having different accounts, here is what you should be doing, okay? Joining pages and groups that are relevant to your interests, relevant to your beats, the one that we talked about, all right? This is a good way to have sources, to receive sources, to have news, all right? Also, gathering of friends who share the same professional interest that you have, posting links to the articles, okay, that you wrote, that you published, let's say, on the news website, but you can share them through your account on Twitter or, which is X now, Instagram, all right? Responding to the posts that you posted, okay? It's a two-way communication. In the traditional newspaper, you're gonna post your article, you might hear from someone sending you an email or something, but in the social media, no, it's a two-way communication, okay? So, we're talking about X, it's a microblogging, Twitter, okay? X has become a major means of communication among journalists and media professionals as an efficient means of gathering information. As a journalist writing for X, you are trying to inform the people who are following you. Why they're following you? Because they are interested in the topics you are covering or the area you cover, all right? So, remember that is as a participant on X, you are a part of an ongoing conversation. Like I mentioned, it's two-way communication. So people gonna ask you questions, okay? You're gonna find people liking your post, retweeting it, okay? So, here are some things to think about and some guidelines. What is the point? Before tweeting, let's say, think about it. What's the point? Why are you posting this? Even on Instagram. Information is more important and interesting than the opinion. Sometimes you have your own opinion. You can write your own opinion in your personal page. But in your professional page, you want to write information. 1 or 2 points, either you want to write opinion, information, whatever, but don't make it very crowded. Maintain a sense of professionalism, okay? And that's when we talk about professionalism, we're going to talk about ethics, okay? And my colleagues, I'm sure they're going to, in the third workshop, we're going to talk about the ethics, what to write and what not to. So when we talk about ethics, some of the organizations, they have their own codes. You got to stick with it. And associations. If you want to be a member in those journalism association, you need to stick with the code of ethics, okay? Plus your own ethics, then we have the laws. Depends on the country. Ask and you shall receive. Okay, respect. So we're gonna move to photojournalism, since most of the news article we read, okay, the first thing that grabs our attention are photos, all right? Especially when you're talking about social media, okay? When you're gonna talk about photojournalism, photography should be part of every story that every journalist covers. That means the photo or the image you're going to attach with the news story, okay, it has something to do with your headline that we talked about earlier, okay? Because sometimes we read the news stories, the image they're using has nothing to do with the headline, all right? That means all journalists should understand the basics of good picture taking. And we're going to talk about it in a little bit and types of that. Journalists should carry a camera and be familiar with its technical aspects. Journalists should understand the software for editing photographs. Since we're going to upload them, okay, some websites, they ask you for different files, okay? Then, journalists must integrate photography into their thinking about every story they cover. Photojournalists look for pictures that contain some of the following characteristics. We've got drama. What do I mean by drama? Drama that tells a story. It shows the reader or the viewer that there's something is going on, all right? Action. Action, basically, something happened before you snap the shots and after, okay? So drama, the picture that says to the viewer that something is going on here, okay? Movement is a great interest generating elements, okay? So the viewers understand that in the pictures with the movement, something happened before and after the picture was taken, okay? And you're gonna find a lot of examples of those types. Expression. So when I mention expression, the first thing gonna come in your mind, through your mind, will be like someone is smiling, crying. It's a face expression, okay? But we need to know that we can find expression all other parts of the body, all right? Someone is waving, hugging, whatever, that can be considered as expression, all right? So it's not just face expression. Unusualness. Photographers like to show what people do not normally see, something different, okay? But again, it depends on the headline and the story you're covering, okay? Relationships. Photojournalists try to watch for the ways that people react to people, all right? So relationship, even with, you know, let's say, family, couples, even with your pets, can be considered as relationships, all right? We're gonna talk about the 3 types of shots, since we're talking about photojournalism. We're gonna talk about long range, mid-range, and close-up. The long range, sometimes referred to the establishing shots. Okay, these pictures take a scene in its entirety. They give the viewer a good idea of the environment, the whole environment, okay, of the photograph subject. For example, this can be considered as a long range. Again, our subject is shown in the picture, but again, depends on the headline. So, for example, if I'm gonna talk about the bridal or the bridal, let's say, dress, is it a good idea to use that kind of shots? No, it's not. But if I'm gonna talk about who showed up or where the wedding took place, right? It's a good idea to use it because it shows the whole environment. But again, we gotta focus on the subject, okay? So this is the long range. So it depends, whatever you're gonna take photo of, remember your headline, your news story, what you're talking about, okay? Those are the long range. We'll go to the mid-range. These shots bring the photographer closer to the subject, okay? It kinda gonna show some of the environment, what's going around the subject, but it focuses on the subject more. For example, the same idea, the same event, they use the mid-range here. This is a good idea to talk about, let's say, the couples, all right? So now when you know the difference, long range, mid-range. Then we got the close-up, okay? The best and most interesting pictures generally are close-up shots. These pictures bring the viewers face to face with the subject, okay? Good close-up pictures cut out all of the environmental information about the subject and focuses on the subject itself, okay? So again, always remember what you're trying to cover. So now it's a good idea if we're going to talk about the bridal. It's a good idea to use close-up, all right? Then we're going to talk about ethics of photojournalism. You don't want to take pictures of death and gore. That doesn't mean you don't have them. Sometimes, by any chance, you were there, let's say, and you have those pictures, but you can't share them, according to what? The code of ethics, okay? Embarrassment of individuals, since you have your camera with you, sometimes you're gonna take photos, then you will notice that there is some embarrassments, something that you're supposed not to take, but you have it. That doesn't mean you can share it. That doesn't mean we don't find those stuff through the internet, but I'm talking to you as a journalist, okay? Fake accounts or whoever can post whatever they want. But I'm talking as a journalist, okay? Code of ethics. Criminality, all right? So, since we talked about the hard news and the soft news, I need you, before we move to the activity, any questions before we move to the activity? Any questions? Yes. Perfect. Like we mentioned, we are not supposed to show any violence, take pictures of violence. But you mentioned if we are in a war. That's a perfect question. First of all, some people, they argue about this. They say, we need to show the violence, okay, to support my story, so people can believe it. Even in my news story, I mentioned 3 kids were dead. Without showing them the images and the pictures, no one will believe me as a journalist. I need to show this kind of images, okay, to send my message, and so people can believe me, okay? So, with our, what's happening around the world nowadays, many people, they argue, they be like, we must see those pictures, even our children, we don't mind, they can see it, and for people, they will like, no, we can't do it. Even for advertising on the streets, the billboards, for example, there is some campaigns with kids, okay? For example, the campaign a month ago about Gaza, هل قتلت فلسطين اليوم, and they used an image of a kids with bloods, okay? Legally, okay, they're okay, okay? But ethically, many people, they were like, yes, it grabbed my attention, it was effective, I'm okay with the types and fonts and the pictures they used. And the other half, they were like, no, I don't want my children to see that kind of violence and pictures, okay? But with the internet and nowadays, that's why we talk about transmission of values. It's okay for us now to see stuff like that. Back in days, it was very hard to see it. Nowadays, with the video games and stuff like that, we gotta live with it, and it's okay. And which is, it's in a good way and a bad way, okay? That's what's happened in the United States, for example, the mass shooting or whatever, because they are used to it from the video games, the violence, all right? But in my opinion, about the war, yes, I don't mind sharing photos to support my news story, because sometimes an image can give information and give a whole story better than writing 10 pages, for example. In one image, I can tell you a story, all right? Any questions? Yes? Thank you. Sure. Perfect. Podcasting. And podcasting is existing a long time ago, but we saw it is very effective during Corona, all right, especially in Kuwait here. So podcasting, basically, when you're talking about user-generated content, to the radio section, it's podcasting. Podcasting is similar to blogging. The blogs, back in days, they were blogs. It's a personal website. So podcasting is similar to personal websites. Basically, it's a selective medium. So during podcasting, you need to focus on areas. Let's say you want to have a podcast focusing on watches, for example. So all of, your guests need to be talking about watches. You want politics, so it's a selective medium. So podcasting, it's very easy to create. It's hard to maintain, very hard to maintain. Why? Because you need a lot of content. You need to have every week, every month, a new guest. So in a year or two, you'll be like, okay, what am I supposed to do now? So you can't change the area. Exactly. So you can't change the area, صح? Because you talk 2 years now, you're talking about watches, let's say. صح? So all of a sudden you'll be like, okay, I'm out of guests, I don't have content, let me change to automotives, cars. No, because your followers or your fans, they wanted the area of watches, let's say. So podcasts, I was reading to the latest research paper, they mentioned that more than 50% of the people, they receive their news and they trust the news they receive from podcasts. All right? There is different reasons for that, because some of them may be like, I believe it's very straightforward, Q&A, I can receive the information better, I can have it anytime I want it, I can listen to it while I'm working out, in my car, etc. All right? So like I mentioned, podcasts, similar to blogging, and it's this thing right now, but it's very hard to maintain. Any questions? Yes. All right. So, as a journalists, we are considered as a gatekeepers. What do I mean by gatekeepers? Gatekeeper is anyone who gives information to the public, all right? So, as a gatekeepers, there is some agendas. Make sense? So there is some agendas, there is newspapers that have some ideas, agenda, they want to show it to the people. I believe that us as a readers, receivers, we control what to receive, all right? For example, election in the United States, Fox News and CNN. All right, both of them, someone's supporting Biden, someone's supporting Trump. Trump says it's a fake news. And some people, they don't believe in fake news. There is some people, they say like, there is no such thing as a fake news. Basically, the other side, they don't like the idea, or they don't like the information, they call it a fake news. So it's not really fake as much as it is the other side are not accepting this. Okay, so the responsibility-wise, I believe the receiver, he can control what to receive. That's why I'm sure our generation, the upcoming generation, are more aware of what to receive. All right? Yes? Any questions? Yes? I have many examples, but I don't know if I can tell them. You can tell it's embarrassing. Something is not normal. You know, it's, I mean, a lot of stuff. And it happened, yeah, and it happened. Even in Kuwait TV, KTV, they showed something like that. The director, he was like, I wasn't aware of it. And it was, it is a hard thing, but I think when you are live on TV, it's hard to do it, although you have few seconds, okay? But when it comes to photos, I think you can control what to share or what not. So embarrassment, you can imagine anything personal till, you know, a lot of stuff. Yes. Perfect. Again, it depends on the story you're covering. Some of the stories you're covering, you need to take photos that you are, like you mentioned, you took. And AI, I believe AI is helping out a lot, especially when it comes to editing and stuff like that, all right? But at the same time, it's dangerous. That's why the audience need to know what to receive. Because with AI, we're receiving videos, you know, and they're from AI, okay, and they are inappropriate videos, all right? So I think the audience, us, we need to control our, what to receive, you know. But I think in the future, it will be, the AI will be more effective. But at the same time, we want to use it in a good way for us, for our, like this, for example, our students. We mentioned this. Be aware of AI, try to learn more about AI, work on AI, but use it in a good way. Plus, if you receive something, just make sure that's okay. All right? Yes. It depends on the country and laws. For example, in Kuwait, it's illegal, all right? But there is some countries, even in the United States, there is some states, it's legal to do that, but in other, that you can't do that. Because when you're talking about obituaries, for example, notes of death, notes of death, as a journalist, you're gonna write about obituaries, all right? One of the stuff that we always mention, do not attach the photos. And that's what we see, usually. Celebrities, you know, when they write about them, okay. The journalist, he might be on the scene, let's say, and he have pictures of the ambulance and the body and stuff, but he don't share it, okay. And that we mention, when it comes to this, obituaries and stuff, we always need to mention the good stuff, accomplishments. We don't write the negative stuff about that, okay. So, yes. Yeah. Who posted the photo? Yes, this is the, I think this is the best way, because if you're gonna check the quality wise, I mean, nowadays there is some apps and websites that are very, you know, but I think the source from where that image came, you can tell if it's ethical, if it's okay, okay, yes. Other than that, I think if it's a fake account and posting photos and you have, you know, some questions about it, you don't believe it. Yes. No, it's the idea, like I mentioned, and when it comes to news, all right, there is a news that you're gonna find, which is, this is the hard type, okay? And there is news that will find you, the regular news that you find on the internet, and you're gonna write about it, all right? So using AI will not help you find the sources, okay? Give you quotations. So if we don't have the source and we don't have the quotation, but we have the information, okay? Like we mentioned earlier, it will be considered as a bad news story, okay? But AI will help you, editing, for example, send you notifications on keywords, some topics that you would like to know about. There is many websites will help you with that. As a journalist, you're gonna receive email that there's someone talked about this subject, and you're gonna receive it by email. If you wanna know, you can keep up to date about it. Yes. Exactly. So as a journalist, it's all about your readers, okay? Your readers will give you credibility, okay? So some of let's say, journalists, they do perfect for 20, 25 years, okay? But they're gonna publish a story or two that has some issues, okay? They're gonna lose some credibility. So for us to be a good journalist and have our readers and stand out, like I mentioned, you need to be honest, sources, because what makes a journalist different than the others? Because a journalist, let's say, you have a lot of sources. Why do you have a lot of sources? Because the sources trust you. How do they trust you? Because through those years, you've been dealing with those sources, okay? And you're using their information or the stuff that they're telling you in a good way. But, for example, let's say if I'm a journalist now, I'm gonna take an information from a source exclusively, all right, for me. And I used it in a wrong way, in a bad way, or I promised him that I'm not gonna mention the other stuff, and I mentioned it. Next time I'm gonna interview him or ask him for information, he's not gonna give me information. Make sense? But he will give the other journalist, since he have more, you know, transparency, and he tell him the truth, and he gonna stick with it. So that's the difference when you follow a journalist and other. But eventually, believe me, sometimes you wanna tell that story. So you'll be like, either I lose my source, or I'll tell the stuff that he told me. Sometimes it's a secret, especially you're talking with governments. I have an issue in my department, I wanna tell you about it, but please don't mention my name. So you're gonna bring it out to the people, then you're gonna mention the name, you're gonna be in trouble. Next time, no one gonna give you any information, all right? So you can imagine different areas, all right? So I need you to use your phones. You can visit a local news website and find one of each, hard news and soft news, and just show it to your, you know, friends or colleagues, just to have the idea and know the idea between hard news and soft news, all right? Other than that, we're done. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, while you're doing that exercise, looking at hard and soft news, we're going to take a break as well, so that we can save some time, catch up with the time we're behind. We're going to take half an hour while you're doing that and talking about it. If you'd like to go upstairs, get a drink, get something to eat. If you want to stay at the table, please do. Welcome back. You all enjoy free food, don't you? Okay, let's move on. We're going to go on to our second workshop. And to introduce, I'd like to ask Habiba to come to the stage, please. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Habiba, and today I'll be introducing to you the second workshop of the day about the role of social media and digital journalism in our modern society. Social media is an important part of modern journalism because that's where all the news is nowadays. That is the quickest way that you can find out about something and is the easiest way to find out about something. In this workshop, you'll be learning about the best practices for using social media and how it is used in modern day. And because it is the fastest and easiest way, students must learn, or young journalists must learn, to manage it correctly and how to use it to their advantage and to attract digital audience. The facilitator for this workshop is an impressive public relation and advertising GUST graduate, and he now works as a photographer / videographer in the public relations department at GUST. His name is Mr. Hassan Muhammad, so please help me welcome him onto stage.
Hey guys, how you doing? My name is Hassan Qurban. Nice to meet you. Hassan Muhammad Hassan Qurban. It is my absolute pleasure to be standing here and to give you this interesting, small, quick understanding of the role of social media in modern journalism. Before I begin with the actual talk, I'm going to just go over the agenda of what I'm going to be going over with you today. And I think in between, I'm going to have a little bit of a conversation with you. So it's not just a lecture, it's more of a discussion between me and you. So please don't be shy to ask me any question that you would like. First, before I in the start, I'm going to define and explain what is journalism and what is social media. Then we're going to talk about best practices for social media, individual best practices for social media, what you yourself can do to make sure that you are not, let's say, manipulated or swayed by the news that you read, which is very often. Key terms to understand is just 3 key terms. 4, that's the 4th one is for later. 3 key terms that you guys should understand and you hear a lot of, and it's used very much to dissuade your opinion or to make a news article seem true or not true. Then we're going to talk about a tool that I use on a daily basis as a public relations major, and I work in the public relations sector, and I also do my own content on the side, and I'm very into politics. So I need to read the news. I need to be aware of what's going on all over the world. But we all know that there's a lot of fake news, a lot of people who have agendas and personal opinions that they want to put into the articles. So what do I use in order to make sure that I reduce their effect on me if they're trying to, let's say, lie or manipulate? Then we're going to be talking about someone called Edward Bernays. Edward Bernays was the father of propaganda, then changed into public relations. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about him, and then I'm going to give you a resource that you can use. And then very simply, as someone who creates digital content, I'm going to give you 4 very important things that you need to understand about creating digital content. Then we have an activity, and then we have a discussion. Sounds good? A-okay? Let us start. So, key practices for social media. This is just for you guys to write if you need, but I'm more going to be talking to you about it. All media is meant to sway your emotions. Media in itself is designed to use language, to use techniques, to change the behavior or the perspective of people. There's hundreds of forms of propaganda that can be used. There's many different types of wording that can be used and many different types of language that can be used to make someone who is good seem evil and someone who is evil seem good. So make sure when you are reading the media and when you're reading the news, regardless of whatever the topic is, whether it is something such as the Israel-Palestinian conflict or something as small as I don't know, a guy feeding 100 people on the street. You must be aware that you must refrain from using your own personal emotions when reading the article. Read it as in an objective manner. Why are they giving me this article? Why am I reading this? Why did they write it in the first place? What's the purpose of even telling the public this? This is very important. One of the key aspects for you guys using social media is to be aware. Secondly, do not build your beliefs and your conscience on what the media tells you. The media wants you to believe certain things. Use the media as a resource to build your own opinions, to build your own perspectives. And the way you do that is by researching, reading, analyzing, asking questions, debating. This is how you reach true conclusions. If you just give your mind and soul to the media sphere, believe me, it will not be in your best interest in the long run, especially with modern journalism, especially with social media and modern journalism. And secondly, at the end of the day, social media is built to keep you in it. It is built to get you addicted. I think some of you have seen Social Dilemma on Netflix, or you can watch 100 documentaries on YouTube about this. But social media and the algorithms are built to keep you in echo chambers. I'm sure you remember the ambassador. She spoke about echo chambers. She spoke about how people only follow those that they want to follow. For example, Dr. Ahmed Shalal, he spoke about people who use social media. If you're going to open an account and do stuff like that, follow the accounts that work on what you're doing. That is good if you're trying to, let's say, have an understanding of what you like, if it's cars or watches or stuff like that. But in terms of the media, if you only focus on one news source, you are immediately at a detriment. Because if you believe one person, that's a very bad thing. You need to read everyone's perspectives. A-okay? Move forward. Any questions right now? Okay, حلو. So let's define what social media is. Social media is the online platforms where users connect. They send text, images, and videos. It helps people connect and share ideas and communicate globally. Again, as Dr. Ahmed Shalal said, it has to be you connect with people. It has to be where you connect with people of similar interests. That is social media. Journalism is the practice of gathering, verifying, and presenting news and information to the public through various mediums. The mediums can be podcasts, as was stated recently, or it can be radio, it can be YouTube, it can be Instagram. The options and mediums are endless in the modern journalism sphere. Okay, so since we know what these two mean, let's move forward into how does social media affect modern journalism. All of you have one of these, I assume. صح? All of you have a mobile phone. All of you have 3 cameras or 2 cameras or 1 camera, depending on, your budget. And with these phones, you yourselves can become something called a citizen journalist. What is a citizen journalist? A citizen journalist is someone who gathers information, takes photos and images, and creates a story based on what they see. Some of you might have a passion in, let's say, schools. Maybe you are a journalist for your school. You take photos and images and stuff like that. Citizen journalism has become the main, not the drive, but the main thing that has exploded with the use of social media. There's a lot of opinions out there that say that, not opinions, it's a real honest truth, is that people who, you can't give everyone the ability to make up news stories. Because if you give everyone the ability to make up news stories, then news stories have no value. Because if everyone can write a story, then no story has value. Am I not correct on that? If everyone here gets, let's say, an A star in their exam, then that exam was not very hard. People have to be able to, like, there has to be levels, there has to be standards, there has to be a rubric in a way. There are people who are citizen journalists who work with media companies. So for example, I have a colleague who went by themselves. They had an issue with the bus and transporting system in Kuwait. So they themselves went, they took photos, they wrote a story, they had a header and a title and a body text and the information and the sources, and then they submitted it to Kuwait Times, and they turned from a citizen journalist into a journalist for that one article. So all of you have the power to create a story if you truly believe in it. But there has to be ethics, rules, and regulations, of course. To the limit. Everyone can share stories. And if everyone can share stories, how can I differentiate between the good stories and the bad stories? Can anyone tell me how can I differentiate between the good and bad stories? Big man over there. Yes, you look at the sources. Primarily look at I'm sure all of you have read an article that says some person from this building stated, or there was an advisor from this person who has said. They're never named. As Dr. Shalah said, if a person is not named, the source, put it to the side, this article needs to be questioned. Okay? The source has to be named, the source has to be there. If he says anonymous, okay, I don't need to know you're anonymous, I don't need to know your story. Because why didn't you just tell me the person? Unless it's a secret anonymous, like, I don't know, the president of a country, that's something else. But if it's just a guy on the street, it should be okay to tell me his name. Okay? The effect of modern journalism also has caused an uptick in fake news, misinformation, disinformation, and I'm pretty sure all of you know what these terms mean. But just to reiterate on what these key terms mean so you know exactly what they are, and I'm going to give you some real-world examples of daily things that could happen. First of all, information. It is true and accurate facts or knowledge. True or accurate facts or knowledge. So it doesn't always have to be true. Information is purely information. It is intel, statistics, names, evidence, whatever it is, that is information. Then you go into the research part, which is, I want to know, is this information true, untrue, correct, incorrect? Can I verify what's being told to me, or is it just misinformation? Or is it disinformation? And what is the difference between misinformation and disinformation? Disinformation is, one moment just to make sure I say it right, false information spread on the purpose of deceiving or manipulating. So I know I am lying to you, but I want to lie to you. That is disinformation. Misinformation, I would say, is more of an innocent lie, because it's someone who didn't get the information correctly and is regurgitating what they believe to be true. For example, today's event, okay? Let's say the real information was, it is from 8 a.m. in the morning where everyone comes till 3 p.m. and it's here in the school. That is the true information. Misinformation would be that it's tomorrow. I'm not changing that, it's still the event, it's still true. I just changed one perspective and now it is a lie. It is tomorrow. And I just destroyed the event because no one's going to come. Make sense? And disinformation basically means that the event starts at 12 and then ends at 6. But actually it starts at 8 and ends at 3. So it's always about language. It's fine touches. It's very, very slight. That's why it's very hard to differentiate between information, disinformation, and misinformation, because you need to actually read into the language. You need to read into the people who are talking to you, okay? Don't just take for face value what a fact checker says, because who's the fact checker? Did you read who the fact checker is as well? Everyone on the same page? Yes? Hello? Okay. So, when you are, I want to create a narrative. I want to create a story. I have, let's say, I love cats. okay? And I love street cats, and I would love to help the street cats in Kuwait. So let's say I want to create a story. I want to create a media narrative. I want to create something I can put on Kuwait News, Al-Qabas, wherever. My own Instagram account, doesn't matter. First is you have to make a plan. I can't just go with my camera and say I'm going to take photos of this cat and that building and make a story. No, I need to have a beginning, middle, end. There has to be a purpose to my story. There has to be a purpose to why I'm taking these photos. What's the message I'm trying to convey? So before you start with your new story, because I'm pretty sure, I mean, it seems like all of you are really into journalism, since you're here at 9 a.m. to listen to people talk about journalism, yes? So when you are making the stories, make sure that you understand that that you have to have a beginning, middle, end. You have to have a plan. How many photos? What's your messaging? Who's your audience? And this is something even more important. You must focus on a niche. As Dr. Ahmed Shalah said, he said, if you're opening an account, a podcast, you can't talk about everything. You can't talk about politics and cars and food because people are not going to follow you. You have to have a niche. Even with news, BBC, do they put their sports on the main BBC channel? Do they put Arabic news on the main BBC channel, or is it all spread out? Each single account has its own purpose and its own reasoning, correct? So make sure that you focus on a niche and not the world. If you focus on the world, you won't gain anything. Focus on a niche, build on it, and be the best at it. But how can you be the best at it? I can't just one day wake up and be the best at anything. You have to research. You have to look at your competitors. If I was Kuwait Times, I'm not going to be looking at Dubai Times. I'm going to be looking at Al-Qabas. I'm going to be looking at Al-Ray. I'm going to be looking at other news organizations within my country so that I can see what they're doing and do it better. I can see what they're not doing and make sure that I do it. And that is a part of the plan. In order for you to be the best at what you're doing, you have to research all your competitors. Even if you want to make a cooking show. Let's say you're a very good chef, you like to make pancakes in the morning, and you want to make a breakfast show. You have to research other breakfast shows to make sure that when you create content, you're attracting that audience. If I'm just talking out to the world, nothing's going to happen, yeah? And make it short and to the point. Short and to the point means Reels, TikTok. I'm sure all of you have TikTok. I'm pretty sure all of you scroll about an hour to 2 hours a day on TikTok looking at everything. Maybe. I don't know what your hours are. 2 hours? Okay, so 1 to 2 hours on TikTok. This is the new form of media. This has caused a lot of people to not want to listen to some person talk for 30 minutes about a topic. They want quick, fast information. Tell me the beginning. Give me the hook. Give me the information. Wassalamu alaikum. Don't waste my time. I have, things to do. I want to order food. I want to do this. I want to chill. Yeah? So make it short and sweet and concise and to the point, always. Hello, these are my 4 biggest tips. Working in social media, making my own digital content. I've had videos that have gone viral above 2-3 million views, which I had to delete because they're very controversial. But that's just how it is. You have to focus on a niche. You have to have a plan. You have to know what you're going to be talking about. And you have to be also very knowledgeable about your topic. You can't just talk about it because for the sake of talking. Yeah? These are my biggest tips. If you follow these 4, I guarantee you're at a very good start for what's going to happen. Yeah? I would presume. Now, there is a 4th term I would like to talk to you about. This is very prominent in pretty much all the media that you consume. Movies, TV shows, news articles, press releases, everything, okay? Propaganda is renamed in the modern world to public relations, which is my degree. I study public relations, so I know propaganda. And propaganda is very rampant in the world. In the media that you watch, there's propaganda such as glittering generalities, which is trying to make things look nice and pretty. Well, I'm not going to show you the bad, I'm only going to show you the positive. Or there's a propaganda technique called plain folks, which is someone in authority making authority or someone of high stature, high position, coming down to the people and buying ice cream. I'm sure all of you have seen the Obama photo that he likes ice cream and Joe Biden likes ice cream. That's propaganda. It's called plain folks. It is for the purpose to make you feel like these are one of us. They're just like me, but it's not true. Okay? So what is propaganda? Propaganda is the deliberate or illiberate manner of misinforming people. It's trying to hide something and show something else. Convey a message, but not show a different message. And this is the man who created it. There's a man called Edward Bernays. Edward Bernays is a very, 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 very intellectual, smart man from the past. He was involved with the American government during World War II. Before World War II, he created campaigns for soap companies. Okay, This is a very interesting story about Edward Bernays, and it's going to show you how even something that we believe to be reality is in fact a media campaign that happened a long time ago. How many of you have to buy a wedding ring for your wives or want a wedding ring when you get married? It's a must, or you can't get married. This was actually a propaganda campaign that was created by Edward Bernays in the 1920s, 1930s, I believe, where the diamond companies came to him and they said, we have all the stock of the diamonds, but we're not selling enough. We want to sell to the public. So Edward Bernays came and said, okay, how about we create a campaign that focuses on buying a wedding ring for your significant other. So what was the campaign? It was if I remember correctly, the poster, I should have put it on the screen, but the poster, it said, buy a wedding ring with 2 months of your salary if you love your wife, something like that. And then buying a wedding ring became the norm. You have to buy a wedding ring to get married. But in reality, it was a propaganda campaign created for diamond companies. Another story, simple, very quick. Soap, Lifebuoy, Dettol, we all use soap, hopefully, okay? When you use soap, you don't really think about Dettol wanting to sell more soap. You just think about buying the soap. Maybe like 60, 70 years ago, 80 years ago, I don't remember the exact date, but the story is 100% true, you can look it up. A soap company contacted Edward Bernays, and they asked him, they said, we're trying to sell more soap in this area, but we're having a decrease in our sales, so what can I do? Normal people would say, oh, it's okay, make an advertising campaign, put an image on the screen, make some billboards, get an influencer. He said, I'm not going to do this. What I'm going to do is I'm going to fund an event at a school, and I'm going to make a prize for the best soap carving that the students can make. And it was sponsored by the soap company. The first year they had 500 participants, the second year they had 2,000 participants. Increase in soap sales. From making something so simple, you don't even realize that it is meant to sway you or change your perspective. It's purely just a soap competition. But deep down, it made more money. Interesting, huh? You see that QR code over there? If you guys scan that QR code, it will take you directly to Edward Bernays' book, Propaganda, and you can read it. It's 150 pages, and I highly recommend that you do. It's a very beneficial book, and it will give you a lot of knowledge on how to understand media and how to create your own media and how not to be influenced by media. One of his greatest quotes, was, the media is the most powerful entity on earth. They have the power to make the innocent guilty and to make the guilty innocent. And that's the power because they control the minds of the masses. This is true. If you, let's say, stop using social media, if you stop reading the news, what is your opinions based on? Ask yourself that question. If you stopped looking at the news, your opinions would be based on your friends, your family, or no opinion at all. So please be aware of this. I highly recommend you read it. It's a 10 out of 10 book. I've read it twice. I'm going to do an audiobook on it too. 10 out of 10. Okay? Now, yes, please ask me a question. Yes. It does make sense. I would say that in most cases, propaganda doesn't, look, propaganda is not just, how about I just rephrase this? Propaganda is not, propaganda isn't, I'm gonna lie to you. Propaganda is, I'm going to reframe the story into a way that benefits my needs. So it's not incorrect that Obama likes ice cream. It's not, it's true. But you giving me the story in this manner is for a reason. You are trying to not manipulate me, but you're trying to give me a piece of information to make me think something that's not true. So are you misinforming me? No. Are you disinforming me? No. But you're giving me information to sway me. So yes, propaganda can be used to misinform and disinform, but it's also sometimes just normal information put in a lens or a frame to tell you a specific narrative. I hope that answers your question. Any other questions, please? Very good question. No, propaganda, look, it depends on you, okay, but I would say in the broad range of things, propaganda can be used for good and bad. Let's say today we have an issue with our environment. Yes, true or not true, we have to reduce our carbon emissions, we have to reduce all these things. Some people have the perspective that the media talking about it is just pure propaganda. They want to lie to us, to take power from us, to... In reality, sometimes I need to use aggressive language. I need to sway emotions for people to change their behavior to do what's best. Is that a good thing? This is the moral discussion. But is propaganda always evil? No. Propaganda can be used for good. Sometimes. Okay. Any other questions about propaganda? We're all good? A-okay? Okay. Now, this is a tool that I use on a daily basis, guys. Okay, you can scan it as well if you want to, because the activity we're doing at the end of the class is based on this, this application and website. Ground News is basically it compiles all the news articles from the world, from all the news agencies, from all over the world, the West, the East, the South, the Middle East, and puts it into one area. So for example, very recently there was a story, let's say, about I just want to make this PG. Let's say there was a flight that went to Malaysia and then it disappeared, okay? Ground News, what it does, it gives you the main head title, and then it gives you every single source that spoke about that article, and it shows you if they were left-leaning, if they were center, if they were right. And it gives you the full article, and it gives you the titles. So instead of going and supporting BBC and CNN, go to Ground News and have a much better flow of information so that you can actually decide for yourself. So you're not, sometimes all sources seem weird. Yeah, and today I want you to focus on, the activity today will be based on this. We will be looking at sources, and then we're going to be rewriting the title based on what we think it should be, based on you, okay? All of you have taken the QR code? Yes, please. I will tell you. Okay, do you understand the difference between left-leaning, centrist, and right-wing? These are most, let's say, Western here, because we don't really have that system yet. We should. But in the West, let's say CNN is more left-leaning. They're more for immigration, pro-immigration, they're for more taxes, that kind of stuff. Fox News is more anti-immigration, less taxes, we don't like and we like the rich. Centrist, for example, Reuters. Have you guys read the news story on Reuters? Reuters is a centrist news organization, and most news actually take their news from Reuters. So Reuters is the main source, and then they build on that story. The reason I use Ground News personally is because it doesn't tell me anything. It doesn't tell me you have to believe this. It tells me this is the story, this is the title. There's 33% of the 70 articles that were left-leaning that you can read. There's 30 that were in the center, and there's 30 that were in the right. Go read them. The fascinating thing about Ground News isn't when it's 30, 30, 30. The fascinating thing about Ground News is when it's 100% for one side only. That only one side of the political spectrum speaks about this topic, or only one side, or maybe one side speaks about it very positively, and one side speaks about it very negatively. This is why I use this application. It doesn't tell you anything. It just gives you more data for you to make the choice. So it's all about your own critical thinking and your own knowledge. I hope that answered your question. Please. There is, let's say there's an underlying quota, like there is an understanding of a democratic government having their own differing perspectives, and a Republican government have their own differing perspectives. And there's like, for example, a right-wing perspective is more conservative. They want more nationalism. They don't want people coming from outside. They want national unity. More left-leaning is more supportive of diversity and having a mix of people. That's very huge differentiating perspectives. So obviously the right wing, if there was a story about immigration, they will talk about it in a negative manner. And if it's the left wing, they will try to speak about it in a positive manner. This is the way these news articles actually play with the story. They're on their bias because their customers, the niche they focus on, is that demographic. Fox News isn't marketing towards people who support Joe Biden. They market towards people who support Trump, people who support just Trump, pretty much. Makes sense? Yeah. But that's how it is. Hello? I really, like, if you're going to take anything from today, guys, I would really recommend that whenever you look at a news source online, on Twitter, on Instagram, on Snapchat, even from a Duaniya or a friend or family, use Ground News. It's very good. It's free, and there is a paid version, but it's free. No one sponsored me here. I'm just telling you to use it. Okay? Now, before we go into the activity, because I didn't want to give you too much information, I prefer to give you the tools for you to make the choices for yourself, for you to be the best journalist that you can, to be knowledgeable about the reality of the world, to research for yourself, to be better people. This is how you do it. You research, you read, and you improve, and you question, and you debate. The activity that we're going to do, and I'm going to be walking around, and I want to see you guys actually working on this activity. I want you all to go on Ground News, whether the website or the application, and I want you to find any story that you like. It doesn't have to be Israel Hamas, okay? It doesn't have to be something crazy. It can be something simple. It can be a story about a local place in Wisconsin or a story in India. I don't care, okay? Find that story, find 3 to 5 sources that speak about the same story, and read only the headlines. I don't want you to read the body text. I don't want you to read the actual entire thing. Read the 5 headlines. I want you to write them down. So you write the headline and you write the news article that's the news agency that's writing it. And then you write your own title based on those 5. Make sense? Shall I explain again? All good? Please, I'll be walking down and seeing which stories you guys choose. Thank you very much. I'm going to come back later. Let's yalla. Come on. Let's see.
but not next one. I mean, it's a third of
After the lunch break.
Right, there's something in between, right?
I'm not sure.
There's something in between, you know.
Here's the panel discussion.
Do they need to use a computer?
Yeah, just I will put it on desktop. So
Yeah,
whenever you want,
yeah, of course,
you can
yeah,
use
yeah,
it.
yeah. So if you go to FAHAHEEL, PDF is okay, you know, just in case if I need to edit. Oh, wait, I'm sorry, no. The PowerPoint, yes, PowerPoint, you know.
So here your presentation. Before you start going to start with the presentation, I'll be here. I'll stay.
Okay, good. That's fantastic. Yeah, that's good. Thank you.
You're
Yeah,
welcome.
thank you.
Excuse me, you guys have 5 minutes, and then I want to hear your titles, please. All right? Thank you so much. Okay, everyone. May I have your attention, please? Oh, that was so fast, Joey. English schools. Okay. How was that activity? Did you guys read through the articles? And can please, I don't think we have enough time for each single one of you to say. Unfortunately, I would love to hear each one of your new news articles. Can I have just at least one from each school? There's 6 schools. Just stand up where you are and tell me the main, what's called the original article, and then how your team rephrased it. Anyone from any table. That's fine. Yes, big man, tell me. Please, everyone, give him your attention.
I'm from Kaz. 37 million tons of devastating debris in Gaza could take an eternity to clear.
This was your article or the main article? Can you tell me the title of the main first? Tell me the main article first, and then tell me how you rewrote it so I can hear the difference.
Gaza's 37 million tons of bombs could take 14 years to clear.
This was the main title. Oh, so they were talking about time rather than the actual event. Good job. Yes, please. But first, the original title. Remember, original, and then tell me the rephrased one.
So the original title was Hamas receives latest Israeli proposals amid efforts to receive Gaza talks. And the one that we rephrased was, is there finally a truce between Israel and Hamas?
Oh, so you asked a rhetorical question. Yeah. Interesting. That's a very good way. That's a nice hook. Good job. Who's next? Yes, please.
So the original title was 10 killed in a fire at Brazil hotel turned homeless shelter. And it was rephrased saying that 10 deaths due to fire in Brazilian hotel were warned.
So what is the difference in the narrative that you made?
I made it in a more light-hearted point of view because in the original title it was claiming that it was mainly basing the title off of the fact that it was a homeless shelter and it was seeing them as they were lower. But in the title that I wrote, it was saying that the deaths were more, so it's basically saying that the people actually cared about the fact that they died rather than just seeing them as just bodies.
Good stuff. 10 out of 10. Who's next? I think there's 3 left and then we're done. صح ولا 4؟ انتوا ما قلتوا شيء. انتوا كذا بعد. Okay, حلو. Okay, please. Any one of you, I don't mind. But make sure you get the microphone so I can hear. Everyone can hear your news article.
So the original headline was over in Japanese town putting up 8-foot barrier to block tourist photos of Mount Fuji. And the headline that we made was no more selfies, Mount Fuji view obscured from tourists.
Wow, nice. So it's this is kind of telling people they don't want you to take photos again rather than telling them the story. Interesting bias. Okay, good stuff. Ladies in the center, the one that asked me a lot of questions, yes? Go ahead.
Okay, so the headlines that I saw were Columbia campus protester apologizes for kill Zionist comments. Another one I saw was protest leader sorry for kill Zionist comments. A lot of these said kill Zionist or death to Zionist or murder Zionist. It's all these sort of synonyms for kill and murdering. However, when they actually quoted him, he just said Zionists don't deserve to live, which was a very passive comment. However, it wasn't actually death to Zionists. So the one I made was student protester at Columbia University apologizes for harsh comments on Zionists because it was very passive and it wasn't actually directly saying kill Zionists.
Good job. That's very good. You see, that is a very good example of disinformation, misinformation. The guy, maybe he said something against Zionism, but he didn't mean to kill them. She just changed it to make it the real story, which was a guy said something he didn't mean. He's going to be reprimanded for it. Good stuff, guys. And the best for last, BSK, what's up? My school, that's why. Oh, you're BSK. Oh, hi, ex-student. Okay, anyone left? Or are we all done? Yes, big man in the back in the nice suit.
Police arrest suspected serial killer accused of collecting woman's skull. And our team from ESF changed it to Lurking the Shadows, the Enigma of a Deranged Killer.
Oh wow, so it's like a movie title.
Changed it, made it a little more dramatic to really hook the audience into clicking on our website.
Yeah, because it wasn't dramatic in the first place. Good job. Good job, good job. That is it. I am done with my workshop of telling you about social media and how you can empower yourselves to be better readers with social media, better journalists. I hope you guys had an amazing time. It was awesome to give you the speech. Thank you very much.
Okay. Just after that, just on the propaganda and the campaigns, because it links in, because we're now going to have our lunch. From a campaign, I think it was in the 50s, is the reason now that a certain country has KFC for their Christmas dinner. Okay, they book 6 months ahead, and that, yes, it's Japan. And it was all through a propaganda campaign. Okay, we're going to have lunch. I'll come and call you. I'm probably going to, we've got an hour down in the program. I'm going to see if we can do it in 45 minutes just to catch up with the time. Okay, thank you very much. I'll see you after lunch. Everyone, by the way, for coming back 15 minutes early. Okay, we now come to the panel discussion. And to introduce the panelists, can I invite Nafisa, Mariam and Judy to do so? Thank you.
Okay, hello everyone. I hope you guys had an enjoyable break and ate some delicious food. Now we are starting the panel discussion, which is about women breaking barriers and changing narratives in journalism, but also other fields in Kuwait. I want to start off a little bit with an introduction on the topic. So, historically, women are often unrepresented in professional fields in comparison to their male counterparts. And journalism at its core has always been about storytelling. And so everyone deserves their stories to be heard, no matter how unrepresented or how disadvantaged you are in your position in society. Today, as we convene to discuss women breaking barriers, we acknowledge the profound impacts that these trailblazers have in their respective field, as they share their journey to success and the obstacles that they've overcome along the way.
So now allow me to introduce our panelists. Sitting right next to me over here is Claudia Rashid. She was the first female photojournalist in Kuwait. She's been doing this job for over 45 years. To add to this already very impressive portfolio of hers, she's also an author. She has over 5 books. She also has a charity that specializes in animal shelters. It's called Touch of Hope. In fact, it's the largest animal shelter in Kuwait. And sitting right next to my colleague Judy over here, hi, is Ashfaq al-Muthaf, and she is a civil engineer and an entrepreneur. She owns multiple businesses, and they specialize in consultation in architecture and engineering. She has owned her company since 2003, so she's a very seasoned businesswoman. She is someone we can all look up to, definitely. And sitting right next to my colleague Nafisa over here, Nafisa, say hi.
Hi everyone.
Jitali Roy. She's a cultural journalist, a podcaster, a broadcaster, an author, and to add already to this very long list, she has been with Kuwait Radio and Arab Times since 2001. Also, I'd like to mention that she helped the U.S. Congress with helping better relationship with Muslim populations and the U.S. government. So with that all said, and you all know us, I'm Mariam, by the way. Let's start.
So the first segment is about challenges and triumphs. And so when you are a true trailblazer, especially as a woman breaking barriers in the workforce, unfortunately you are met with an excruciating amount of reprimand and resentment until you eventually reach success. And so, Claudia, how did you navigate being the first professional female photojournalist for the Arab Times newspaper? And what were some of the obstacles you encountered?
Yeah. Okay, that's a great question. Well, I just was freshly graduated from University of California, and I was so happy to have landed a job doing exactly what I wanted to do, and I was very confident in my skills, so I just sort of got on with it. And I think Kuwait was actually a very kind place to work. I had been chosen to have an internship in Washington, D.C. To work as the intern for the Los Angeles Times, and instead I had the opportunity to Kuwait, and I chose Kuwait. And I think back, and I think Washington, D.C. would have been so cutthroat, so competitive, so cruel to a young female journalist. Whereas Kuwait, I think the problem often was kindness. People wanted to do things for me. I was working with 5 male photographers in the darkroom, and they wanted to, oh, we'll develop, we'll print that. Well, I said, no, I've come here to do my job. And then when they saw that I knew what I was doing, then they were actually proud of me. They were proud to have, a woman on their team. But I think sometimes it was, you just had to prove yourself, and once you show that you're confident and you know what you're doing, then people accept you.
Another question, what motivated you to pursue a career in photojournalism, especially considering the challenges faced by a woman in the field?
I really didn't think about the challenges. I just did the job. And I always loved storytelling. I always loved writing. And I did a lot of creative writing classes in high school and university. And then I realized that all the things that I was writing about were true. And I find that fact is more exciting and stranger than anything I could have made up sometimes. So I just turned into a journalist. It just led me. And then when I started taking photography at University of California, I was hooked the moment I got into the darkroom. And the two just went together so seamlessly. And I was just so happy to be doing something that I love, to be given this opportunity, and to be learning something new every single day. And even until now, I just find it never gets boring. It's always, a continual learning process, which is wonderful. And meeting amazing people, and it's just a wonderful job.
Thank you. My question is for Ashwaq. Now, you're a very inspiring person. I've told you this like a million times today. I'm absolutely starstruck by you. And I want to know, it's obviously not very easy to set up companies the way you have, and especially 20 years ago, 2003, it must have been so hard. And can you tell us how you got the idea and challenges you faced, and or if any, did you face any challenges at all? Like your experience in general.
She owns multiple companies, guys.
I'm talking about your first one. Yeah.
Girl Scout, and the weekends we used to come
you've come full circle.
Yes, I'm very proud. I'm very honored, actually. I'm getting teary. So, how did I start? It's not about how you start a company. It's about starting. I really want to give you advice today. You know when they ask you or you ask somebody, when do I start? You start when you start. So just start. Don't wait. I mean, you have opportunities we didn't at that time. You don't even need money to start anymore. Okay? You need knowledge. And now most of the businesses that I start up, it's because I have a love of knowledge. Do you know what my favorite book was at school? The Encyclopedia Britannica. So I decided, like, and then recently I'm teaching people about purpose and said, okay, Shlomo, what's your purpose? I mean, how do you find yourself? And I realized that I love to learn, you know, and I keep on learning. I read a book a week. That's my average. A book a week. And I read books again and again. And I take courses and I learn and I take degrees. I do a lot of crazy stuff because I don't want to stop learning. And I realized that the best way to learn is to teach. And that's why now I teach in more than one university. One of them is GUS, which is in London. I'm an adjunct instructor. And today I'm teaching you by just telling you my story. So you can ask me anything.
I'd like to add, you just said to just start.
Yes.
And with women, often especially societies like these, they do have a lot of responsibilities.
Oh, yes.
So how do you balance? And this is for all three ladies on here tonight. How do you guys manage this personal life and work life? How you balance it?
It's basically a fine balance between time management and responsibilities. Once that formula clicks, you're done. And the most important thing is support. You need a good network. You are who you know, not just in business, everything in life. You are who you know. So please, if you are an introvert, now practicing journalism is giving you an opportunity to get out the box, right? And I'm really proud of you. And I used to have a column in Al-Anbar newspaper for a couple of years, so I practiced that. And I just launched my podcast literally 2 months ago. And that's practicing journalism. And I'm a woman. Yes, I'm a public figure. People know me. But I mean, I've only had now 6 episodes. I've already hit 100,000 views in a couple of them. And it's because I'm invited by the right people to spread knowledge to other people. And this is a new podcast. And on YouTube, it has like 300 views because of Instagram. So you guys, don't be scared to start. You don't have to be famous. You don't have to be known from day one. You start, and it takes time. If you want to start a podcast, your break point is 8 episodes. You break them because 95% of podcasts fail because they don't cross the 8-episode barrier. You cross the 8-episode barrier, you're done. Another thing with what you're doing, small steps lead to a giant leap. Don't think of jumping before taking the steps. And enjoy the journey, because the result will give you a high dopamine. Headset will just drop and you'll feel, well, for me, I'm a serial entrepreneur, I'm like steps. But I'm really happy to be here. Please ask me anything you want. I'm here to the end of it.
I'd like to ask the same question to Jalal. You've not had a chance to speak today, so let's hear your voice,
No worries. Yeah, so what's your question?
It's the same question.
Okay, so if you're asking about challenges, right? Firstly, I would like to thank ESF for the invitation. I have a personal connect, as I was telling David and Peter. Yasmin Shoheber, the old director, former director of the school, is a dear friend, and we share the same alma mater. So I'd been wanting to come to ESF for a long time. It was an open invitation from her. And now that I've made it, I'm going to give her a call and tell her I was there and you weren't. So ESF, thank you very much. Thank you, Saffron. Thank you, David. And, challenges. I've had quite a bit of challenges that I've faced since I've been here in Kuwait. And the first challenge was that I began my career in broadcasting in India. I was a trained broadcaster. And then my dear husband decided to take up a job here in Kuwait. And I was doing actually very, very well there. I was working with a company called His Master's Voice. A lot of British people here will recognize that. And I was very happy doing my job. And then my husband decided that he wanted to go to the Middle East. And so he came here. And to keep the family together, I traveled with him. So I left a very good job back home. And I landed in a country I didn't know much about. I didn't know what to do. I was floundering for some time. I think I gave myself 3 months. And I've always worked. And I was thinking what to do. So I was variously advised. I was told that I could join, because I was trained in marketing management, and I was trained in public relations and journalism. So I was told that perhaps I could join a bank, or, you know, there were so many alternatives, but my heart was in what I was doing back home in India, which is storytelling, which was connecting the dots, bringing people together. And that's when I met my editor in Arab Times, and he told me to write my first story, and I wrote it on the shisha, or hubli bubbly, the culture behind shisha. I didn't know how to drive, and I didn't know the language. So it was like I landed in hot water. I mean, I had to go to the place, to the right places where they sell the stuff, the people who use the stuff, and I was like 3 months old. And that was the fear that I felt for that first assignment. I still remember it. But once I overcame that fear, I think since then, things became much easier. Now, what are the challenges? The challenges I faced was that I was an Indian, a South Asian expat, and there was no Indian or a South Asian woman doing what I was doing in those days. That was a challenge, because I had to break the stereotype, sadly, which is there in certain parts of Kuwait, in certain segments of Kuwait. I had to be taken seriously. And to be able to be taken seriously, that took me some time. And my editor told me this. He said, build a brand for yourself, do the kind of writing where people will be able to identify you with. So I started writing about Kuwait, you know, its material culture, non-material culture, heritage, and women. And here is my guru, Claudia Al-Rashid, whose writings I greatly admire. She's mentored me as well. And so with my editor's support, and so one of the challenges was that, getting accepted. So going into a Kuwaiti Diwania, or going into an office, or meeting very, very people in very high places, and you're an Indian, it's not easy, believe me, it's not easy. But once you make that place for yourself, once you build a credibility, that is, you know, that is, I think, half the job is done then. That's one. The other challenge I felt, and I think Claudia will agree to it, is the lack of economic freedom when you're a journalist here in Kuwait. I have colleagues working in the newspaper, in the radio, who are doing 2 to 3 jobs to support their family. There is no economic freedom in journalism. There is economic freedom back home in India. There is no economic freedom if you are into ethical journalism, if you want to do things the right way, then there is no money in it. It's a passion. And in order to fuel this passion, in order to keep this passion going, perhaps you have to do other things to support yourself. So that is the lack of economic freedom. And the other challenge, there are others as well, but the other main challenge is self-censorship. I mean, you have to navigate. It is a rocky road. It's not easy. I don't do political journalism. That's one reason I didn't do political journalism. My editor told me, keep away from it. It's for your Arab counterparts. Write soft news. So I was focused more on women's rights, on culture, art. I did write some on, you know, they were like breaking down old buildings, and I wrote a few hard-hitting articles on that. So that was my focus. But when you're writing, whether it's religion, suppose you picked up a religious issue, which I have done at times, or whether you're writing about women's rights, about things to do with women's rights, you have to constantly self-censor yourself. That becomes like a second thing to you, that am I doing, so that you don't fall into trouble, your newspaper doesn't fall into trouble. And since I work for a government institution as far as radio is concerned, you have to be, your antennas are like always up. You have to be so careful about what you say on air and what you do. So that is enough. Self-censorship is a big issue here with us in Kuwait who write or who work with media or who do podcasting or otherwise as well. So these are the three major challenges that the economic freedom, making a place for yourself as a South Asian in this field. So yeah, I hope that's.
So after hearing all of your guys' questions, I got the sense that, in the beginning there's a little bit of struggle and there's things that you have to overcome. But, you being here right now is like a testament to the fact that if you have the determination, the will, that you can achieve anything. So one question that I would like to ask is, since you all are seasoned professionals, how has things changed from the past to now? When Ashwak mentioned about now it's easier to start businesses because of some of these social media platforms that we have right now, what are the things that you've noticed that changed, like what your dislikes or likes about how things have changed and progressed in today's society?
Because I do a lot of work with AI, and specifically with business solutions and ChatGPT, AI has opened the horizon. I'm looking at the good side. I'm not going to talk about the bad. I know that's another issue we can talk about later. I believe totally, and my passion is the democratization of education. I want everybody to learn for free, everywhere in the world. I'm sick and tired of money being So now, with AI and with what's happening with the platforms and the World Wide Web and technology, access to funds has become easier. So that's the positives. The negatives is that if we talk about AI, we're talking about the ethical part and about protection, security, privacy. That's the issue. That's the negativity that's going around today. So if we don't start protecting ourselves using blockchain technology, we're going to be in serious trouble. So we're talking about government regulations. I've been in and out of government a couple of times. It's a nightmare. But I believe that you guys can create change all around the world. You come from different countries. I'm sure every single one of you can make change, even through one article, one podcast. It just takes one small step. Trust me.
Can I also just add, Ashwaka has a website, so go check it out. It's Ashwaka Matam. I've checked it out. It's amazing, and I'm sure all of you will love it as well.
Can I take that question as well? So you asked how things have changed. Again, this goes back to a personal story. So I was quite a popular RJ in India when I came to Kuwait, and I was missing doing my own radio shows. But when I joined Radio Kuwait, well, I struggled for almost 14 years to get my own show. And one of the reasons that I was told was I was an Indian, and it is, or a South Indian basically, and that it is, they haven't had any instances of Indians doing shows on Kuwait radio in English. So it took me 15 years to change their mind, and when they changed their mind, the show actually was it went very well. Now, coming back to how things have changed is social media. So once I knew how to do podcast, I didn't need anyone to give me permission, sir. I could do what I wanted to do, but yes, I had a team to pay for. That's another challenge. So therefore, you're always scrounging for money because you have a team. I still don't know how to do it alone. Perhaps Ashfaq will teach me how to do it. So I have a team which works with me, and therefore that was the huge change which I noticed which the internet gave me, you know, and I'm so, so grateful for that. And then there was YouTube, so I got to do my own television show. So I did a couple of shows for Kuwait television, but then there are so many rules and regulations. Yani, you have to wait for 10 years till you get your own shows. And I must tell you that your Adib Shuhaiber is a dear colleague. Adib is a columnist for Arab Times. He's written prolifically on Bollywood movies. He has a strong connection with India. And Adib is also an announcer on Kuwait radio. So your own, you know, director, I think, has a very, very close connect with media here. So this is how things have changed for the better, I must say. Thank you.
Thank you for that. All three lovely ladies on here tonight, you guys have grown up in different countries. You have, I imagine, completely different upbringings and childhoods. So can you tell us how that affected the way you work today, or like maybe your team building skills? Like, was there anything in your childhood that affected how you are today? And I'm sure it does.
My school. Going to a private school at that time, NES and Eddie, director was a good school. He was older. I was Queen Rania. Okay.
Yeah,
that's
Queen Rania, that's true.
We were, I mean, the thing about the system, the British system, is that once you walk in through the doors, you're stripped of any social status. And you're treated, all of us are treated as one. And I love that. I met people from all over the world. I can connect to anybody today. My colleagues and my cousins and my peers that were in public schools in Kuwait cannot communicate like me with other people. Cannot do business with other people like other people. When I went to Kuwait University, the people who were from private schools, I went to engineering. We were 400 students that were accepted. Only 10 came from AUK, at that time, sorry, ASK, Bayan, us, and KS at that time. It was a culture shock, you know. But I blended the cafeteria. The longest table was mine. Can you imagine? I got along because I was taught how to deal with people from all walks of life. Even though I did not even have to deal with my own people. So I'm very proud of my education. Thank you.
Right. Is this working? Working now? Can you hear me? Yeah. Well, I agree with Ashwaq about this. You know, multiculturalism is such a huge advantage, and all of you have this gift. I mean, until today, I know people in America who haven't been outside of the country, haven't even been outside of their state. They are so inward looking, and all of you, I mean, at your school, look at the multiculturalism and look at the opportunities that you have to travel. I mean, there are still people in the United States that save up all their life and they go to Europe when they're retired for 2 weeks, and that's their big trip. You know, imagine that. So imagine the amazing gift that you have, this opportunity to, you know, mix with people from all over the world. For myself, I was born in California, but my mom was German. My dad was half French and half Hungarian, but born in Brooklyn, New York. And yeah, so and now I'm married to Kuwaiti, and I have a Bahraini daughter-in-law. So the UN is expanding. And also my father was an electronics engineer, and he worked all over the world. So I grew up every other year in California, and then living like in Thailand during the Vietnam War days on the Lao-Cambodian border in a combat zone, because my father was a civilian. He wasn't military. The military couldn't have their families there. And you know, living everywhere from Italy to all over the world, and then back and forth to California. And I have to say, the only time that I had culture shock is when I was in middle school and we went to live in Wichita, Kansas. Oh my goodness. Everyone, that's one of the places where everyone was so inward looking. And, you know, they thought that I had a funny accent because I came from California. And my mother was looked at as if she was an alien because she had this strong German accent. So, you know, you have already broken out of these bounds, and
And Kuwait is just such a wonderful place to live because you have this multiculturalism. I mean, anytime you get family and friends together and you have you can end up with a dozen nationalities. And so this is something that gives you empathy, and it gives you just a wider range of knowledge, and it gives you more opportunities. So use those opportunities, and also what Shaitali and Ashwaq were referring to, the technology. I always say that I came to Kuwait in the Stone Age. I mean, I was working in a very primitive darkroom that didn't even have air conditioning. We were developing in open trays, and it was just total chaos. And so now the tools that you have incredible challenges, all of the fake news, all of, how to figure out who's an instant expert or who is a trusted source, but you also have endless possibilities. So, go for it. You have so many amazing things that you can do.
Yeah, so can I take that question as well? Okay, so you asked what was it that helped us in our journey, right? So as I think, Ashfaq and Claudia both mentioned about learning and knowledge, and this insatiable need to learn is, I think, for anyone who is in journalism and media, is so very, very important. I learn every day from every article I write, every podcast I do, every show that I do. I learn every day. That is so important. And to a certain extent, I believe that my education back home helped me in this, because it was a wide variety. We were exposed to so many different subjects and to so many different cultures. We read about it. Basically, we learned from books. We were not exposed like you are to people from different cultures physically, but we read through books. So that's one thing. But the other thing which also helped was that when I landed here and when I started writing, and within, I think, 4 or 5 months, I realized, oh, this is not so different from back home. I mean, the basic cultural values are same, in the sense that the family is the bedrock of Kuwaiti society. The family is the bedrock back home. And there are two things that very fond memories. I remember I was asked to write an article on cover. I wrote an article on old Kuwaiti music and dance, and I had to interview these guys who belong to a C band, and I was invited. I get a call in the evening, Chitali, we are celebrating something. Would you like to come and join us? And so off I go, and there was this courtyard in Rumetia, and it was filled with around 200 men in dish dashers, and I was the only female there, and I had my photographer with me, who was crawling on all fours, going on top of and trying to take, it was a traditional house, and they were celebrating the wedding of one of the young members. And I felt like for 5 minutes, I said, will I fit in? Will they be able to accept me? I mean, it was my first year in the country. Believe you me, I think it took me just 15 minutes, and there I was talking to them, having fun, recording everything, and then I was later invited to dinner with them, and I sat down. Very rarely does it happen that 200 men and 1 woman, they're having dinner on the floor, eating, together from the same platter, and I did it. It was such an honor. It was an honor. And I will remember this incident till my dying day. I don't think too many Indian women have done that. And for me, that's one memory I will cherish. The second thing was that perhaps because of my work on Islamic art and culture, which I had done for many, many years, covering lectures and writing about, with Dar al-Athar al-Islamiyya, that's an amazing institution, organization here in Kuwait, which you should all become members of, that when I got the fellowship, which she mentioned, when I was chosen to represent Kuwait as a journalist, and I traveled with fellow journalists who were writing on religion from different parts of the world, to be selected, to represent Kuwait was a huge honor for me. And I remember I went and gave a talk on Sadhu and other material culture. So these are this is the kindness of Kuwait that Claudia mentioned, which I don't know if I would have got back if I stayed back at home. And, so these are some things which I really look forward to.
Before we commence to the next segment, I would like to ask if the audience has one or two questions. I'm not sure if we're on time, but could you please raise your hands? From that table over here, yeah.
What was it that pushed you to be who you are today?
What pushed me to be who I am?
Yeah.
I'm always challenging myself. I am my worst enemy. I am my competition. Really. And I can't stress even more my schooling. I was the times table champion, the capital champion, okay? I was on the basketball team, the volleyball team. I had the 100 meters, flat race record, the 800 meters, the 1,600. I was like doing everything. I was everything was a challenge. Maybe because I'm an Aries. Anybody Aries here? Okay. So, yeah, I think it's because I'm always challenging myself. And as a child, I was the first child and the first grandchild. When the other kids came along, I think I got lost. And I craved attention. So I could only achieve it by winning. So I just kept on trying. It's been a tough journey. I mean, it's taken me years to learn to love myself and not wait for others to love me.
I think you have the elder child syndrome. We all
Probably.
relate.
But let me tell you something. I don't know if you follow him, but there's this group called Sal Guru. I follow him. And he said that somebody asked him in the audience, he said, I have a problem. I said, what's your problem? He said, how can I make people love me? And he said, love them first. So that's why if anybody listens to me and my Instagram, when I do videos in Arabic, I always end it with أحبكم في الله, which means I love you all in God.
Can you, before you ask the question, can you please tell us who it's for? You can ask any of us a question, right?
I have a question for Claudia and Shu. I was wondering, since you've been doing journalism for a while, I just wanted to know where do you see journalism going in maybe 5, 10, 20 years? And if it will get better or if it might get worse because of everything that's going on with social media.
That's a fantastic question and a very deep question. Things are just changing so quickly, and I mean 10, 15 years from now, there are going to be things that we haven't even begun to imagine, and it seems like every year the pace is just going faster and faster and faster. And as for me, I mean, I have to confess, I was quite comfortable in the Stone Age doing my hand developing in this, very primitive darkroom. And now I've tried to, catch up, and I'm constantly asking my grown-up kids, to help me. And I'm sure even my grandson is going to soon be able to help me with social media. And they're always going, Mom, you have to learn this. And I go, I know, but I'm in a hurry. So thank God for patient young people around me, nieces and nephews as well. Please, can you help me? So you have a lot of challenges ahead of you, but like I said, just the endless possibilities. And what I touched on before was the whole aspect of the fake news. This is really a huge challenge, because in my day when I was studying journalism at University of California, the thing that was really emphasized was to be objective. To be a journalist was to tell the story objectively. And now everyone seems to have a bias, a slant, and you have to detect that, and you have to really check your sources. You have to see, is this person credible? What are their credentials? What are the other things that they've published? Does this even make sense? And so, so often the people just intuitively say, oh my God, forward, 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 without checking. And this is a huge, challenge for all of you. The the amount of instant information that is available every second. God help you. But, you know, if you just take the time to slow down a little bit and, you know, try to fact check, but there are going to be such amazing things that you can do. And also your advantage is that you're not bound by the circulation figures of the publication that you're writing for. You can reach millions of people instantly. But with that comes great responsibility. So I would say just use it wisely.
Thank you.
So, not so long ago, misogyny was normalized, and women were told that they were only capable of a very specific skill set. And when you grow up in an environment where you're told that you can only do specific things and you should stay away from the things that are reserved for the men, you believe it and you dim your own light and you hide in your shell, and you're capable of so much more. And unfortunately, I feel like it's programmed in everyone's brain now, regardless of the gender. And I feel like all the panelists that are with me today, all of you have done something very impressive. You said no. You said no to society. You said no, I will not be told who I am. You will not tell me what I am. You will not tell me what I'm capable of. And that leaves something for young women to look up to. And this question is for everyone here. If you have one advice to give all the young women of today's generation, what would you say?
Resilience and persistence. I mean, there is no two ways about that. Just go on with your dreams. There will be people inside your family, there will be people in the greater society, in the community, who perhaps will not think the same way that you do, who will not see your dreams the same way as you do, but persist, and persist, and learn every day. You die the day you stop learning. That's what I personally feel. So resilience and persistence, these two things from me to you.
Yeah, I agree with Shaitali. And I would say focus on what's important to you. Focus on the things that you love. Focus on the things that matter. If you follow that lead, then you're going to be sincere. You're going to have confidence. If you're doing something, you know, if someone has tried to talk you into going a different path and you know, okay, you've got to be a doctor or an engineer or whatever. If your heart isn't in it, it's going to be really tough. But if you're doing something that matters to you, like for me, the work was really tough, especially at Arab Times in the old days. My contract was for 7 days a week whenever they wanted me. But I loved what I was doing, so it didn't seem like work. So do what matters, and always, like Ashwaq said, keep learning, keep improving your skills. If you're confident, people will respect you.
Let your actions speak for you, not your tongue. And lastly, for God's sake, don't take no for an answer.
I'm sure all the young women in here and on stage have female idols. They could be male as well. People who they look up to. It doesn't need to be someone famous. It could be someone in your life. It could be your mother, your father, your teacher, your coach. I don't know, anyone you know, your friend maybe, someone who has inspired you. Personally, I don't know if you know her, the former Prime Minister of New Zealand, Jacinda Ardern. Yes. She's, to me, a very inspiring person. She's someone whom I look up to. And so my question is for all three ladies, Who are the people you looked up to as a child? Who's the person that inspired you as a child? Okay. I think
inspired me. Everybody that was good to you. Does that make sense? Everybody that was good to you.
It made you want to do something like for them to be proud of. Yeah.
So somebody was good to me. They were a good person. So I wanted to be a good person.
Right. Okay. This may be sort of a simple answer, but I'll have to say my mom. She came from Germany, and she married my dad, and she couldn't speak English, and he couldn't speak German. But somehow they worked it out. They went on their honeymoon with a little dictionary, which I still have, an English-German dictionary. And we had to move all over the world because of my dad's job as an electronics engineer. And I never realized when I was a child how easy she made it. It must have been so difficult and so stressful for her, and it was often like a one-year contract. And packing up the whole house, my dad would go ahead and find accommodation and start the job, and then my mom and I would follow. And she always put such a positive spin on things. And we would always start by going to the library and checking out books about the country that we were going to. And so she also instilled this love of learning for me. And whenever we would, arrive in a new country, it was all about getting to know the people, getting to know the culture, reading about the history, going places with people that we didn't know. I mean, we lived in a remote area in Thailand on the Lao-Cambodian border, and we would have people hadn't seen like fair-haired, light-skinned people before, and we'd have people just come into the house and sit and stare at us, and my mother would serve them cold drinks, and we would smile at each other, until we started learning Thai. And so she just had this wonderful open-mindedness and spirit of adventure, and she just always made the best out of any situation. And I think those are really admirable qualities.
Did I do that? Okay. So, well, I think I've had different inspirations at different stages of my life. So I'll start off with my parents. My mother was a very strong woman. She started work at the age of 16. Very strong work ethic, supported her family, and I grew up seeing that, and I knew that economic and financial freedom was so very important for me from the very, very beginning, and I've tried to pass that on to my daughter. So that's one thing. My father, who always spoke about, I lost him very early in life, always spoke about making a difference. He said, even if you touch one person's life, it'll be a life well spent, and I've remembered that. So that's one thing. And when I came to Kuwait, there are two women who inspired me, and I must mention their names. One is Sarah Akbar. She's an incredible woman. I call her the Iron Lady of Kuwait. She was a part of the team the firefighting team which worked on the fires, the oil well fires after Saddam Hussein left Kuwait. Sarah is absolutely mesmerizing when she speaks to you, and I found her very, very inspiring. I met her very early when I came to Kuwait, and there's Sheikh Altaf Al-Salim Al-Sabah of Sadhu House, who always spoke to me about the importance of documenting things and archiving things. And she said, it is so important, Chitali, as a journalist, as someone who's interested, never ever, all these important things need to be documented. So these two women were inspirational in my life here in Kuwait, are still inspirational, and it's because of them that I wrote my first book, Women of Kuwait Turning Tides. Inshallah, I'm working on my second book as well. So yeah, different stages of life, these four people played a very, very important place.
So now that we've moved on from, talking about the struggles that you've overcome and your success, so now I want to talk about impact and change. Can you share a particularly a memorable experience or story from your career that highlights the impact of your work in changing narratives, particularly? Can you share a particular memorable experience or story from your career that highlights the impact of your work in changing narratives? So anything that if you've experienced that you've seen sort of the effects of journalism, like in real time, the impacts.
You know, I really can't pinpoint one particular article because I have, and even Claudia has, written about the erosion of Kuwait's material culture for a very, very long time. I mean, things have just been bulldozed here, whether it's old buildings, architecture, crafts which have been dying out, and that is something which I've been relentless about, and I've written about them for the last 20 years. And hopefully, I don't know whether it's had an impact, because I think there's no way to measure here whether people are listening and whether you're being able to change the narrative. But as Ashfaq said, I mean, you put your head down and you just go about it and continue to do it, you know, till it makes a difference. Now, Sadhu, for example, is now in the curriculum. It's in the national curriculum of Kuwait. And Sadhu, they're teaching Sadhu in schools. Sadhu is now UNESCO approved. Perhaps, I don't know, maybe a very, very teeny-weeny role that we people as journalists have played in that. And I'm very grateful for that. So perhaps that.
So the last question of the day, and it's for all three of you again. We've talked about the past, we've talked about the present, and now I want to ask you guys about the future, what you guys are doing currently, what you want to do, what you want to achieve, and it's for all three of you. Let's start with Ashfaq.
Definitely, like I said, the democratization of education. I want knowledge to be free for all.
What about Claudia?
Right. My two areas that I'm very passionate about and that I have been writing and researching and working hands-on in these fields, environment and animal welfare. And besides being a photojournalist, I'm also co-founder of the largest animal shelter in Kuwait, which is Touch of Hope Kuwait. Please follow us on Instagram. And, but really, I love Kuwait, but I feel that these two areas, we have a lot of work to do, environment and animal welfare. And I keep writing and talking and researching and using Islam and all the wonderful knowledge that there is and all the specific instructions that we have in Quran and Hadith about taking care of our environment and respecting and taking care of animals. And I use this as a weapon to try to fight for these two fields. For me, it's something really important, and I've seen changes. I see young people now have, started grassroots organizations for both environment and for animal welfare, and this is something that it's changing, but we still have a long way to go to catch up with other places in the world. So, inshallah, Karim, we're gonna get there, but for me, it's like a very tough, exhausting battle, especially in the field of animal welfare. I have sleepless nights every night about how are we going to keep the shelter going. Financially, it's also very, very draining, physically, emotionally. The cases of animal abuse and cruelty that I see every single day, it's really horrifying, and like I said, it keeps me awake at night. And it's not just about, okay, the poor animals. The big red flag for our society is that cruelty to animals develops into violence against people. This has been proven in studies around the world time and time again. And so, Kuwait, alhamdulillah, it's such a safe place to live. It's a wonderful, friendly place to live. But, if you look around the world, every school shooting, how did it start? It started by the people perpetrating cruelty to animals. So this is something we have to nip in the bud. We have to do it through education, through better legislation. This is really important for our society, not just for, helping dogs and cats.
Can I also add, you're very correct when it comes to the cruelty to animals, because in a lot of true crime cases and serial killer cases, when you go and look at their childhood, you already see these early signs of violence and some cruelty towards animals. Even, like, I can name so many people, but I won't right now. I just realized I'm small. And yeah, it starts with animal rights. You're absolutely right.
Well, I think there's so much work to do. You know, you guys are lucky, as I think Ashfaq and Claudia said, there's so many opportunities to do more work. I'm a little worried, I'm getting old. So I'm just so excited. Every day is a new opportunity. And I would like to become self-sustainable, let's put it that way, Ashfaq, in the sense that self-sustainable as a creative entrepreneur. I know nothing about being an entrepreneur, but now as I said, I have a team, I'm managing a team, a very small team. We're coming up with creative things like every 6 months, and I need to know how I can self-sustain myself so that I have the freedom, the economic freedom to do the work in the field of broadcasting and journalism that I've wanted to do. That is one thing I'm looking forward to. And I hope to finish my second book, which is called Daughters of Kuwait, and inshallah, before I leave Kuwait, so that, you know, this is something that I want to give back to this country, which has given me so much. So these are two things I'm looking forward to.
So unfortunately, that's the time that we have for today. In this panel discussion, you know, I've learned a lot from the experiences of you three women, and I'm sure that the audience does as well. And not only just, you know, the valuable lessons, but also I hope that you guys left, you know, this conference hall feeling really empowered and inspired. And you don't even have to be like a young woman, because I think it applies to everyone. You know, young people, we may not be the most like advantageous in society. You know, at times we're not taken as seriously, and so, you know, these women's, their stories and their struggles, their success is a testament to how you can be a trailblazer as well. They started from nothing, you know. They've built a career for themselves. And so I hope you guys enjoyed the panel discussion, and please join me in a round of applause to commend these women. Thank you so much.
Okay. So thank you so much to all of our panelists. Some inspirational stories, and you're an inspiration to us all. Thank you so much for spending the time with us this afternoon. Now, without further ado, we are going to move on to our workshop number 3, and I'm going to ask Mehnor Asif to come to the podium. Please come up, please, Mehnor.
Good afternoon, everyone. I take a great pleasure to introduce you to our third and final workshop. In today's society, stories are often sensationalized, and many people accuse journalists for not doing enough to investigate stories, and many are in breach of not being ethical. Today, our esteemed workshop presenter will focus on the importance of investigative journalism, its impact on society, and the ethical considerations that every journalist needs when reporting on a sensitive issue. Dr. Bakhtiar Karambayev is an associate professor at the in mass media at the Gulf University of Science and Technology in Kuwait. He received his doctorate in mass communications at the University of Southern Mississippi in 2015. So he is well qualified to delve into this topic. So ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Dr. Bakhtiar.
Okay. Well, first of all, I was trying to come up with something intelligent while sitting on the table. I couldn't, but I just want to say that thank you for inviting me. Thank you for organizing this important event. And because I think, as I've said, many people have emphasized today that journalism is an important profession. What we do or what we don't do affects everyone in society. So thank you for organizing all today's event. So I want to talk to you guys about ethics today. I'll try to be as short as I can, but here's a couple of things that I want to talk to you. If you can see on the slides, I'll try to be as short as I can, but there's a lot of things we could talk about, but we'll try to kind of as concise as possible. So let's talk first about what's ethics, just for the sake of kind of clarifying a little bit, okay? And the second thing I would like to talk about, whether we have universal or common rules or morals that we all agree. And the third item that I would like to talk, maybe spend 1 or 2 minutes, again, 1 or 2 minutes talking about some of the philosophers. These three philosophers, they say that they have a rule that's right for everybody, regardless of your culture, regardless of your country or language, religious beliefs. So we're going to spend a few things, and we're going to do some little bit activity. And of course, depending on time, then I will also go back to journalism ethics, okay? I just want to emphasize before I go to my next slides that, guys, it's not about criticizing the profession. It's all about just increasing awareness about the ethical misbehavior in the profession so that we are aware why they're happening and how it affects our profession, how it affects everyone else in society. And of course, a couple of slides at the end, depending how slow we go, depending how fast we go. Okay, but I wanna ask you guys, a couple of volunteers. Can I ask what is ethics? Maybe a couple of volunteers. Yes, ma'am. Yes, please.
It's like the morals, sort of the codes that everyone is aware of, so everyone knows the collective agreement, basically, that something is correct or wrong, or what should be said, what shouldn't be said.
Okay, thank you. One more, maybe? One more? Yes, ma'am? Thank you. Absolutely, guys. I just want to kind of, again, in addition to what you guys are saying, ethics is about doing the right thing or doing the bad things, or, it's all about, okay, what we should do in a particular situation or we should not be. The problem is that we all have different ethics kind of rules depending on gender, age, cultural backgrounds. One of the consistent questions I get asked by students, and probably we all ask, whether there is one ethics rules that would be acceptable by everyone, okay? And I want to talk to you about in that particular question about, I want to mention these three men, okay? I'm sure some of you guys kind of may know them, or some of you guys might be experts on them. So Aristotle says that I know what's the right thing for everybody. Okay, I'll say in a moment. Again, I'm going to spend on this one particular slide on 1 or 2 minutes. Emmanuel says the same thing. I know what's the right thing regardless of your circumstances. And John Stuart Mill has the same idea, and I'm going to look at kind of a moment on this one. So Aristotle says that whenever you face an ethically challenging situation, you will never be wrong if you choose moderate position on a given situation. Rather than taking one or another extreme, choose the one in the middle ground, and you will never be wrong. Okay? Oh, guys, I will be kind of applying this. We will be applying this idea to practical elements of journalism in a moment. Okay, later. Immanuel Kant says that we should be looking at people's. He says the following. We always try to kind of avoid making suffering to other people. We don't want to lie to people. We don't want to do wrong things. But Immanuel Kant says that whatever you make decisions, you should be asking yourself whether you want to be treated the same way if you were on the other side. For example, if you want to be honest, if you want to see honesty in society, then we have to recognize that don't lie to other people. If you want to be respected by other people, then show your respect to other people. So in other words, treat other people the same way you want to be treated. So if you see, Aristotle has a different idea, Immanuel Kant has a different idea. And let me say one more thing about John Stuart Mill. He says that lying is okay if it brings more benefit to more people. You remember we were saying that, we grew up thinking that lying is okay, or doing something, stealing is okay, or, wrongdoing is not okay. But John Stuart says that, it's the right thing to do if your action brings more benefit to more people, even if it causes some sort of suffering in society. So let's apply this kind of idea to a particular situation. Let's just imagine. And now I'm going to be asking your active participation here. Let's just imagine we all go out and we ended up being in cave. Everybody knows what cave is, right? Assuming that we got stuck and we don't know how to exit the cave. Since I'm going with you guys and I have VIP kind of a badge here, so I want to be first one to exit. As a result, I get stuck. So you cannot do anything. So we got stuck. Everyone is stuck. So I want to ask you guys, what do you do to save yourself? Would you kill me? Assuming that there's no other options. What do you all do? Is there anyone who says that I would kill you? You guys would kill me? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay. I know. I understand. Yes, ma'am.
I find any other possible way to think this through. Obviously, the first thing I wouldn't think to do is to kill you, obviously. I want to figure something else. Take a moment to calm down. I think that's really important. But killing you, no. That's just not, it's not correct. But I think that's just me.
Yes, sir. Okay, no, I understand. No, here's the thing though. Assuming that there's no other alternative. And I know, okay, let's just for a moment. Okay, again, assume there's no alternative. We all got stuck and we don't know what to do. If you don't kill me, everybody's gonna die. Okay, now, so I see some on this table, you would kill me, correct? Fair enough. Now, I want you guys to imagine, instead of me, you got stuck. Aha. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Yeah. Yeah, please. Okay, let's have one more. Anybody? Yes, sir. Um, Fair enough, right? I mean, I understand. So I think what we're trying to say here is that I hope you guys see the element here is that ethical kind of, whenever we face this kind of decisions, it's not easy. Especially, if you guys kill me, I have some plans for summer. Is that fair to me? Right? I also want to have anyway. But on the other hand, killing you also, you have to make a decision. Is that the good thing to do, Is it fair to the person who got stuck, So now let's I know we're just brief, kind of hypothetical situations. Now, we're going to be looking at those kind of things in a moment in journalism things, okay? Let me say this one. As you can, these slides, guys, we could talk a lot about ethics in journalism, ethical misbehavior in journalism, but I'm going to be mentioning a couple of things here. For example, plagiarism. These are the common kind of ethical misbehavior in the profession. Fabrications. You have people kind of fabricating stories. We have a lot of examples in the history, in the profession, from different parts of the world where you see fabricated stories. I'm going to be coming back to conflict of interest in a moment later. Bribery. Do you guys know what bribery is, right? Aha. Good. Extortions. Non-existing authors. You actually publish under names that doesn't exist in the first place. Non-existing sources. You fabricate a source that you're quoting that doesn't exist. Okay. Of course, you might kind of have heard about biased reporting, right? Subjective reporting, where you mixed up opinion and facts. We also have kind of situations with privacy violations in the professions. We have many cases about exaggeration of data. For example, if your newspaper is selling 200 copies, but you end up reporting about 2,000, is that fair? Who benefits from this one? Again, this is another, okay. Accepting gifts or asking for gifts, demanding gifts is another kind of common concern in the profession, right? Falsifying quotes, manipulation of news photos, especially in the age of artificial intelligence. Some people using it for wrong reasons. And finally, I want to mention is about international journalism, where some actors in the profession may kind of deliberately mistranslate foreign content for wrong reasons. Again, I just want to increase your awareness about these issues. It's not meant that we should be. In fact, this is ethical misbehavior in the profession. I just want you guys to enter. Is there anything that you would like to add to this list? Oh, okay. Please go ahead. Okay. This is, so, you know, okay. I just want to kind of emphasize, this is not about using a different name to regularly publish under the same name. This is, I'm talking about, for example, your name is, let's generate that. For example, your name is Michael Jordan, let's say that, right? And you publish under 10 different names. And you ask the intentions, why you may be doing this one, right? The intentions could be intentions could be different. Let me switch to that in a moment. I'll come back to this. For example, sometimes some news outlets may have very small staff. Sometimes they may have 3-4 writers. But in order to look like they have 20 different writers, staff members, they may be publishing kind of under different names to look like there are more staff writers. And for me, that's kind of questionable because you know you are claiming that this person exists, right? There's nothing wrong to publish under different name regularly because that's your pseudonym, correct? But when you're trying to publish under different name to look like it was written by different people, that's a little bit kind of not fully honest with your readers and the kind of audience, okay? That's the one kind of reason. Another reason is that sometimes, again, we talked a little earlier about how some journalists may have limited income or the salary may be lower. So their main employers may have restrictions that they cannot work in other places. In order to generate minimum or some more income for families, they may be working at 2-3 places. However, under their current contract, they may be restricted. So as a result of hiding that, sometimes they may be publishing it in other news outlets under different names. So ultimately, you have to recognize that we want to be transparent to our readers. We want to be accurate with our readers. So we want to be honest with them. However, when you publish under 10 different people under different names to look like they are written by 10 different people, I think there's at least kind of minimally questionable practices. And of course, we have to recognize in some parts of the world, writing gossips is unfortunately becoming common, unfortunately. So when you're writing half gossips, half truths, and you don't want to be kind of accountable to your writings, I think this is from ethical point of view kind of should not be acceptable, is not acceptable, and this is kind of that's what we're talking about under publishing under different names. I want to remind you guys one more time is that it's not meant to be criticizing the profession. It's all about increasing the awareness about ethical behavior in the professions. Okay, so again, let me go back to kind of conflicts of interest. It's a very big term. There's a lot of things we could talk about. Let me just kind of quickly mention is that it's a situation where your personal interest goes against your professional obligations. For example, let's say that you're writing about the restaurant A, for example, and you happen to know that restaurant A has been doing something illegal. And you want to write about this one because it's our job is to report what's happening in society, and you want to write about this. At some point, you realize that this restaurant A belongs to your friend. Can you honestly write about that restaurant? Because you remember your best friend owns that restaurant. Would you be able to write about this? So again, it's just one element of conflict of interest, of course. So here's some of the kind of common ethical misbehavior. Is there anything we should be adding to this list? Maybe one or two. Yes, sir.
For example, I don't know, like a company posts an advertisement, and then someone else that's like more famous than that company like reposts it and changes it completely to make like the company look like terrible, like something like completely opposite. Like I don't know the exact word for it, but like yeah, like I just don't know the word for it, but I hope you know what I mean.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you at least kind of you are trying to kind of absolutely. And then this yes. Okay, sir. Right. Yes, ma'am. Okay, final. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is good points, of course. I mean, it's not meant to be we have a complete list of, I teach ethics course at the Gus University, we spend 15 weeks and we don't finish even within 15 minutes. Yes, sir. Oh, legal element? Okay. Right, yeah. And again, this is, right now we're only talking about ethics, not, sometimes you may be kind of acting, you may be making wrong decisions, but within the perfectly fine within law part. We're talking right now, yes, ethics point of view. But let me say you guys now, I want to talk to you guys about a few minutes over here about gifts. Some people argue that when they receive gifts from the parties involved in the news content, they can perfectly be, they can still remain perfectly fine. Is that the case with you guys? If somebody gives you a gift, can you be honest in your journalistic practices? Okay, let's say that I committed a crime. For example, I committed a crime and I'll pay you 10 KD so that you don't write about this one. Can you be honest, or can you buy my, can you accept my 10 KD? Good, you will be honest, right? What about if I increase the money, 10 million KD? Yes, so we're talking about, right? Yes, ma'am? Very good question. So there's a similarity. Bribery could be, here's the thing though. Bribery, okay, there's a lot of similarities. That bribery, they deliberately, gift can be small, like some small souvenirs, right? Bribery involves usually with the intention of you trying to influence you what you write or what you don't write, But gifts can be as little as like a pen, all right? Of course, you have to recognize how it affects, how it should affect, Or gifts can be also expensive. For example, a new Ferrari, right? So we have to recognize. There's a lot of issues with this one. As in some countries, giving a gift or accepting a gift is a part of culture. There's nothing wrong with this one in a personal life. However, we should be conscious about in a professional setting. Again, there's nothing wrong in a personal setting, but when it comes to professional setting, we have to recognize how this gift accepting or asking or giving affects your professional obligations, okay? But again, little kind of 5 KD, 10 KD gifts, there's nothing wrong with this one, but it goes up, and might be different in expectations, When someone gives a gift to you, at some point you might be expectation that you return the gift back in some form, right? For example, if I give you a new Ferrari, and you wonder why, what is this? What is it? My intentions, right? Is it because you're a journalist? Or, you know what I mean? You have to recognize how it should or how it shouldn't affect your professional obligations. In different countries have different words for a bribery or gifts. For example, in some parts of the world, they will say, well, thank you. Basically, what they're talking about is that we'll just we'll just have negotiations outside of the professional setting. In some parts of the world, they might say, we will not offend you. Basically, we're talking about, trying to give you a special treatment, or maybe money for tea, or in some parts of the world they will give you envelope before you write an article, so that you give a special treatment to the giver, right? So here's some of the things, is there any unacceptable gift you can think of? Maybe. Anybody? And I don't know, yes, ma'am? Okay, yes, ma'am. Okay, unless you.
You can be put into a situation where people like tell you that if you don't like for example if you don't be like if you for example if you're like not if you're not like you're gonna be honest and like be rude about our like website or something, we can kill like somebody or like threaten basically with people.
Yeah, that. Yeah, yeah. Absolutely, yeah. Can I have this on? Yes. Yeah. Okay.
Article you're writing about. So, if, like you said, if it's got to do with a crime and that person committed it, for example, and they tell you, here's $10 million, we want you to keep quiet about it, don't write about it. I think this is something you should not accept because as a journalist, it's your job to deliver the truth. It's your job to bring justice to, for example, whoever that person killed or the family family that person affected.
Mm-hmm. This, if that, yeah, please.
Okay, so what I want to say is it depends on the situation, but for the main idea, bribery is bad, and for an acceptable gift, if it's just like a gift as a thank you, then it's okay. But it depends mostly on the situation because you never know what the situation was like or what really happened. But if you understand the situation and you know it's bad, then just don't take it because. For example, if you accept a gift, like when you do something bad, you know that something bad will happen to you. So, for example, if you take $10 million, you might just lose them or something might happen to them. So, what did you get from the burger? Like nothing. Like someone was hurt or injured, and you lost the money. So, what did you get? So, you just have to say the truth.
Okay. Yes, again.
I think any unacceptable gift would definitely be something that you already own and you already use because it just shows that you didn't even put effort or thought into buying a gift that would actually suit the person you are gifting it to.
Okay, let me give one example, and then we're gonna wrap up here because I think I'm being told that they will cut my head if I don't finish soon. Let me say that. Let's say that we're writing. Let's say that I'm selling expired meat, for example, and there is a realistic risk for public health. Okay, you happen to know you're a journalist, and you're coming to my office saying that we would like to get some comments. Is that true or not? So instead of giving you comments or interview, I'll deliver to you kind of envelope with some cash. Okay, and now you have to make a decision. So do you think about yourself by accepting the the envelope? Especially nobody knows you ever came. Nobody knows that you actually received the kind of money. Nobody finds out. Or would you still write the truth to protect the public health, for example? Again, we're talking about, and I want you to make a decisions. And before you answer, I want you guys to recognize there's a lot of kind of conflicting elements here. First, depending on what you guys are writing about, public depends on that, and public makes decisions based on what information they're getting from you. On the other hand, just imagine your salary is little, but someone is giving you kind of minimum salary of equivalent of something like 5 years of salary. And now you guys, and you tell me please, what's your decision? Let's have someone, any volunteers, new one. Please, sorry, go ahead, you just kind of, yeah. Okay. Yes. Okay, one more, and then we'll just wrap up. I promise. I know. I don't want to. I don't want to. Yes. Can I have someone new, please? If that's who hasn't said anything. Yes. Yes, ma'am. Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Yeah. Good. Right. I mean, thank you. Yeah. Just a quick 2 minutes. In addition, just 2 minutes. I wanna say that that in terms of kind of common issues that we may see, at least in some parts of the world, is it fake staff writers. And now we have seen cases where news outlets actually kind of steal other people's real photos and put as if they're working for them. For example, as you can see here, this is I know one slide, it's in another language you don't understand probably. So as you can see, this is a real person on the right. Edward Clapp is a real person, but one news outlet was actually using this person's photo as if this person works for a media outlets. And again, this is in other cases similar. Although the problem is kind of this problem is goes even worse. Giving this kind of artificial intelligence now, you don't have to steal people's photos to claim that they work for you. In fact, artificial intelligence now these days kind of generates any random photo, and you don't have to lie. But again, accumulatively, I just want to say there, guys, there's a lot of issues with the ethics of and I just want you guys that it's not easy to list all of them, but being aware about those ethical misbehavior in profession helps us at least to make decisions when you face these issues at the workplace. And again, I just want to one more time remind you guys, it's not meant to criticize the profession, but just to increase some of the common issues about plagiarism, about fabrications, about using fake names, with the intention to mislead society, subjective reporting, privacy violations, exaggerating and falsifying some data that you may have, manipulation of news photos, and finally, again, I want to say that, accepting or not accepting gifts, okay? I'm gonna stop here. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer as much as I can. I think there's a question is? Oh, accepting the money, right? Please?
So what I wanted to say is, the need is valid. Imagine the gift is money. You're going to take the money, yeah. You're going to enjoy it for how much? A month, two, and then it's going to end. So the happiness is going to end. But the feeling inside of you that a lot of people got injured and got hurt because of you or because of your deed is going to stay with you for your whole life. So I think the best decision
Maybe one more question, or question or comment, and I promise. This is the very last one, okay? Yes, ma'am.
Well, I mean, considering there's so many ethical misbehaviors in journalism, how is it that journalist companies and organizations make it so that these codes are in place? Do they have some kind of HR department, or do they have, is this sort of like everyone should know it, or is it actually written in the books?
Very good question. We have to recognize this. Some of the list here, it's just comes from my professional academic experiences that cumulatively from different parts of the world. It's not meant to be that all these are coming from one media company or from one country or from one region of the world. It's just cumulatively. Coming back to your question is that one of the differences that we are different from other kind of citizen journalists or other kind of people who do similar jobs as us is that we follow, and at least in a perfect world, we should follow the full ethical codes of the profession. And people tell me that, okay, people have different values. No, when you enter the profession, your personal values kind of remain in your personal life. When you enter the profession, we agree to follow the professional codes. You know, for example, if you're in journalism, we must follow the professional codes of journalism, not to harm the profession itself, not to harm our colleagues, not to harm the important job that we do in society. So coming back to your question is that, media companies and news outlets, they do have, they should have ethical guidelines to make sure that we serve the public interest, not your personal interest, For example, I could be accepting gifts, bribes, to kill ideas, but remember, our job is to report for public. Our job is to inform public what's going on in society, so that the public makes independent decisions. Let them decide what to do with this knowledge. It's our job is to provide facts and facts and facts, not not one-sided articles. That was a good question. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Thank you. Now, I know we are overrunning, so I'm just going to move straight on to the reflections of the day, and I'm going to ask Gopal if he can come to the podium, please. Please come up, Gopal.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a hell of an evening. Why don't we take a moment and reflect on what we learned today? In the early morning, our first workshop took place, hosted by Gust's very own media professor, Dr. Ahmed Al-Shalal. The experienced journalist taught students the basics of news reporting and writing, introducing practices such as the inverted pyramid method, how to encounter headline writing, and learning about the ethical factors of what it means to be a journalist, something that was later touched on in a more studied and detailed perspective. Afterwards, we hosted our second workshop with speaker Mr. Hassan Muhammad, ushering us students into modern journalistic opportunities. In the age of social media, digital journalism has taken over, and it's been difficult for old-fashioned, traditional newspapers to compete. But us, as a conference, looked ahead. The role media plays in our generation needs to be taken into account, and students learn how to use platforms productively, create engaging content for the up-and-coming digital audience. Lastly, our final workshop dove deep into the iceberg of investigative journalism. This thought-provoking class was hosted by Mr. Gus, Associate Professor of the Media Department, Mr. Batyar Kurambayev, enlightening students on how journalism impacts society and learning the morals and ethics that we need to inculcate when conversing about sensitive issues. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Abdul Wahab Arudaini. I think it's worth mentioning how pivotal overall our amazing sponsors, 5M, has played in making this event excellent beyond measures. I would like to cordially invite an esteemed representative of 5M to brief us on what they do.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is with a great pleasure and gratitude that I stand before you today on behalf of 5M International. First and foremost, I want to express our sincere appreciation to ESF for extending this opportunity to partner with you. It is truly an honor to be associated with such esteemed institution that committed to excellence in education. As a company, 5M International, we firmly believe in the power of education to transform lives and shapes the future. We are deeply committed to supporting initiatives that promoting learning, innovation, and the development of young minds. It's with a great honor and immense pleasure that I stand before you today to celebrate a milestone event, the very first conference dedicated to exploring journalism through the lens of Islamic values. To our diligent students, your participation and enthusiasm have been the cornerstone of this conference. You have embraced the challenge of blending traditional journalistic integrity with the rich teachings of Islam, showing both you, peers, and broader media community that journalism can indeed be practiced with both professionalism and profound ethical commitment. I represent premier training organization established in 2004. For nearly 2 decades, we have been at the forefront of professional and personal development, helping individuals and organizations across various sectors achieve excellence. Our commitment to education and empowerment is why we are incredibly proud to sponsor this first of its kind conference on journalism with Islamic values. Partnering with English School, FAHAHEEL aligns perfectly with our values and objectives. We see this collaboration as not only sponsorship opportunity, but also as a meaningful investment in the future of our society. We are excited about the possibilities that lie ahead and are eager to contribute to the success of the school and its students. Together, we can create a positive change and make lasting impacts on our lives of many. Once again, thank you for this opportunity to partner with ESF. We look forward to a fruitful collaboration and are excited about the journey ahead. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
This section is not on the brochure because it was actually a surprise. Now, there is one person that without this, it literally wouldn't have been possible. The newspaper club wouldn't have existed, and yeah, none of this would be here. I wouldn't be here, he wouldn't be here. And this person is Mrs. Jackson. So can you please
Well, that was emotional and touched my heart. Okay, now I would like to thank 5M for this amazing overview. Now, we can't leave you all without showing you a token of our appreciation. So I would like to welcome my colleague Abdulaziz Al Ali to say a few words.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you've had a wonderful time at the event so far. I would like to take a moment to recognize and commend our partners and sponsors for their wonderful support and collaboration, of which none of this would be possible without them. We will now provide gifts to our wonderful sponsors, welcoming first Gust. Another gift would be presented to Petra. Last and definitely not least, we would like to welcome 5M. Please accept these gifts as a symbol of our gratitude and our everlasting collaboration, and please join us in a last round of applause for the collaboration. Thank you.
Hello again. Now we have a few members from the ESF Oracle who would like to say a few words and give out the other gifts. Can we give them a round of applause, please?
Good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of the ESF Oracle team, we would like to thank all facilitators and speakers who have been here today at the first journalism conference in the Middle East. Although most of them have left today, we would like to thank Mr. Behtir Kuranbayev for being here today, and we would like to give you a token for your support. Can you, everyone, please round of applause for Mr. Oracle team would hand out the rest of the gifts.
Now, of course, we cannot forget the lovely teachers who took the time out of their weekend to attend our very first conference and bring their students along to participate in this historic event. On behalf of all of us here at ESF, we would like to give you some gifts as a token of our appreciation. I will call out your names one by one, and Mr. Warner will give you your gifts. Mr. Warner, can you please come to the stage? First, from KES, can I have Miss Melanie Hallam and Mr. Francois Stevens. AUS, can I have Miss Nicole Glover? From TEA, can I have Miss Kira Shabbat? From BSK, can I have Miss Hannah Farmer and Mr. Cody Porter? Now, from NES, can I have Miss Anna Phillips and Mr. Brett? Lastly, from CES, can I have Mr. Badr? Thank you.
Over these months of preparation, there have been a few staff who have sacrificed their time and effort to help organize and make sure this conference sails smoothly for as many as possible. We would love to have the time to show our deep appreciation by gifting these selfless individuals. Miss Michelle Johnson. Mr. Farhan Abbas. Mr. Peter Mully. Miss Jane. Miss Warner. Mr. Holmes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you all for taking the time to come out here for the first ever conference in the Middle East. We've gone a long way since we first started, and we couldn't have done it without the help of a few special people. So, standing in this crowd today. So we have some prizes to give out to them as a thanks. So to start off with our first person, this first prize is for someone who's been a great help for our newspaper club. She's been a supporter ever since it's been launched. She's always been helping us out ever since when we needed it most. And we couldn't be more grateful for her and everything she's done for us. And she was also the person who got us our first camera. So can I please call up to the stage Dr. Anasiki, please? These next two prizes are for people who aren't here, unfortunately, but they are two very special individuals. Though they may not be visible to everyone, we know how much support they have given to make this conference a success, and we truly appreciate everything they do for us. And they are Mr. and Mrs. Shuhaiber. Can we have a round of applause, please? And finally, for our last prize, is for someone who had the biggest role and was the key to making this conference possible to begin with. He's always approachable, he makes time for us when we need it, and most importantly, he believed in us from the very first day we approached him about our plans. He's quite an incredible person, and since he's been in charge, the school has definitely gotten to a much better place with him. So we truly appreciate him and his support, and we look forward to a bright future ahead with him. Could I please call up for our final prize, Mr. Warner? And just to end it off once again, we wouldn't have been able to get as far as we have without the help of these three people. Can we have a big round of applause for him, please?
Hello everyone, I'm back. I would like to welcome, thank you. I would like to welcome on the stage Dylan Shepherd to say the vote of thanks.
Before we start, I'd like to apologize for the mistake my colleague Wahab just made. We're actually not done. We have a couple more parts. So sorry for that inconvenience. With that, I'd like to start by saying good afternoon to all of you. And as you all may know, the conference contains many activities, workshops, and this included the writing competition. My colleague and I, Miriam, will be presenting the winners of this writing competition. But before we start, I'd like to thank Gust for helping us coordinate and organize this competition. The writing competition consisted of students that wrote about their preferred press conference. I'd like to thank everyone who participated and great efforts to all who did that. And I'd also like to congratulate all who won and were selected as the winners. Thank you.
Okay, it is now time for me to announce the winners. And what school should I start with? Can we hear a cheer for any of the schools? Whoever has the loudest cheer, we'll go with them first. What's your school? TEA. TEA. Okay, so we're gonna have TEA first. Okay, so this feels like the Oscars, kind of. It's an envelope and everything. Nina Bilal. One of the schools that participated most in today's workshops was NES, so let's go next with them. NES, and the winner from NES is Mary, sorry if I pronounce your second name wrong, Wellogem? Yeah. Up next is the one non-British school in this conference, and I want to just say we are delighted to have you guys here tonight. So the winner from AUS is drumroll, Jasmine Emira. Next up are the winners from Cambridge English School, CES, and the winner is Maryam Ashraf. Now, can a representative of CES come on stage, please? Because I know, unfortunately, she is not here today. Thank you. Next up are friends over at BSK, and the winner from BSK was Lily El-Damsisi. Last but definitely not the least is our own school, and from ESF the winner is Judy Mustafa.
Thank you, everyone who participated, and congratulations to all the winners. There is one more award, and it will be presented by Dr. Christina Alvaro, and it's for the overall winner of this competition. She is from GUST, and she's very talented. Please, a huge round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I just want to go to the winner of the overall competition, news rating. Congratulations to Nina Belal.
Today, I stand acknowledging our dear students at ESF. It is most definitely key that we recognize the people who worked behind the scenes. Members of the Oracle have worked day in and day out in making sure this event was a success. So join me in celebrating the students behind the scenes who have worked tremendously hard. Can all the members of the Oracle rise for a round of applause to recognize their efforts?
Hi everyone, my colleague Jumana and I will be presenting the participant awards for everyone.
These certificates symbolize not just your participation, but the countless hours of hard work, perseverance, and determination you've put in. Congratulations to all of you who have joined us today and taken the time to be here in our lovely school. Now, in interest of time, we simply ask a representative member of each school to join us on stage and collect their certificates. So can we please have one person from CAS, one person from NAS, one person from AOS?
Whoever you nominate. Because you have CAS.
Yeah, I have CAS. It's okay. Congratulations, guys. TA? You have TA? Here you go. Congratulations. Where are you from? I have PSK. Wait, no. Congratulations. Congratulations. How about yourself? You can just say congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hello everyone, I'm back. I would like to say sorry for going a little quick last time, but now can I have Dylan Shepard say the vote of thanks?
Hello. Hello, yeah, okay. I remember the day I joined ESF vividly. It was a decision sparked by a simple advertisement about the ESF Oracle on Instagram. As they went to the Kuwait Times headquarters in November of 2022. I was really interested in this, and I influenced my parents to enrolling me into this school. And today, I'm here, giving the vote of thanks at this said club that grabbed my interest almost 2 years ago. Dreams certainly do come true. So far, it has been educational, but also a very exciting journey for me. I hope that those of you who run your own newspaper club, or simply aspire to do so, will be able to share ideas and network with us so we can make a formidable force in the Middle East. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, and thank you for being here today. I stand before you with a heart full of gratitude, a gratitude that extends to every corner of this room, to every individual who has contributed to the success of our journalism conference. Today, I want to take a moment to express our deepest thanks to those who have made this event possible. First and foremost, I would like to extend our sincerest appreciation to our sponsors, 5M International, Hilton Kuwait Resort, Petra, and Jesco. Your unwavering support has been the cornerstone of this conference. Your generosity has allowed us to bring together bright minds, passionate about the field of journalism or writing, to share ideas and to inspire one another. Furthermore, I would like to acknowledge our esteemed partners, Gulf University, the British Embassy, and Arab Times. We are truly grateful. Also to all the workshop facilitators and our keynote speaker who have shared their expertise and their precious Saturday with us. Your collaboration and support have been invaluable in elevating the standards of this groundbreaking event. In addition, we can never forget a special thanks to the owners of the school, Mr. and Mrs. Shahaiber, Mr. Warner, the ESF Staff Committee, especially Mr. Ashraf, for the sleepless nights and their overall support in helping us to achieve this important milestone. Finally, I want to extend a special thank you to the schools that have played a pivotal role in making this conference a reality. To the American United School, AUS, the British School of Kuwait, BSK, the Kuwait English School, KES, New English School, NES, the English Academy, TEA, and the Cambridge English School, CES. Of course, our very own English School of FAHAHEEL. Once more, thank you, and thank you for believing in us. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now declared our awesome groundbreaking event closed. Thank you.
Hello everyone, it's me again. I would like to say thank you for a fourth time, and I would like you to stop at the ice cream carriage outside and grab yourself an ice cream before leaving. Thank you all for coming.